Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to be starting this meeting at this time. Silence your cell phones. Madam Clerk, we're starting the meeting at 6:30. Please call the roll.
Good evening. Council Member Garcia is participating online. We see you. Welcome to the meeting. Council Member Fernandez.
Present.
Council Member Cuadra Garcia.
Present.
Council Member Hertzberg.
Present.
Council Member Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Diegues.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Everyone, please rise. We're going to have the invocation led today by Councilmember J.C. Fernandez.
We thank you, Lord, for all the things that you give to us. We ask that you bless this meeting, that the meeting is blessed, and that your wisdom is carried out, and that any discussions that we have is cordial and polite, and that we get the work done of the town residents. We ask this in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And please remain standing for an additional moment of silence, also led by the council member regarding this weekend's tragic events.
So in light of what happened in Minnesota, I just wanted to, at least I'll speak for myself, and I believe I speak for the entire council, that no matter what disagreements we have politically, that violence is we stand against it, regardless of what issues that we're discussing, and that we wholeheartedly condemn the actions of that the person who did those awful acts, and that we can continue to have discourse, but cordial, and throughout the future of this country, that's against, it's very un-American. That's it.
Thank you, everyone. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Council, we are now on the order of business. Are there any deferrals, additions, or deletions? Councilman Sanchez.
I'd like to make an addition to item 11A, a special presentation by the Miami-Dade Council of Women. Josie is here today and has very graciously said yes to giving us a presentation on what they do and their efforts. So I'd like to add that to 11A, please.
Excellent. And any other changes to the agenda?
Yes.
Well, before I go over to our charter officers, let me deal with the council. Councilman Hertzberg and then the vice mayor.
Yeah, I know there's people in the audience to speak on this, so I would like to move my item 16C to after appointments.
After reports?
Appointments.
Oh, appointments. Sorry. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull item 12C from consent, and I'd like to, just as a point of order, would it be appropriate at this stage to move for waiver of section 6.10 of the special rules on a
I would
later
wait
motion?
just till we get to that item.
That's fine. Then
Yeah.
I'll withhold that.
Yeah. Anyone else from the council? Councilman Garcia, who's joining us remotely, do you have any deferrals, additions, or deletions?
Not at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I'd like to add under special presentations, I failed to put it on the agenda, which is a presentation by the citizens, CITT, which oversee our transportation, our PTP money.
Excellent. I'll go ahead and I'll add that there. Are there anything else? Anything else? And I'll just recap it one last time. So we are moving 16C to just after item 7. That would be the item related to the blasting lawsuit. We are adding 2 special presentations, 11A for the Commission on Women from the county, as well as a special presentation from the CITT. And finally, at the Vice Mayor's request, we are pulling from consent Item 12C, did I get everybody's? Okay, with that, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Aye.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We are now on public comments. Madam Clerk, please read the rules.
Good evening and welcome to the council meeting. Public comments are being heard now, and each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes. And please be reminded that all comments or questions from this attending public shall be always directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. And again, we also welcome the viewers at home. I see we have several participants. I always remind you all that if you want to participate by speaking, just press number 9 and IT will allow you to speak. And thank you again for always attending virtually and in public. If anyone from the audience wants to participate in public comments, please, as always, just approach the podium, welcome, and state your name and address for the record.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mendies Terrace. We are 100% in support of new business item 16C to authorize to initiate legal action challenging the constitutionality of Florida statute by Councilman Hertzberg. Since 2010, we have attended blasting-related meetings when we learned that residents had pursued relief through the courts, including class action litigation, that resulted in a settlement. In response, rather than protecting the governed, the state of Florida legislature stripped local control of rock mining activities and enacted Florida Statute 55236, which took away our fundamental right to have access to jury trials. Since then, blasting damage cases were handled solely through the Division of Administrative Hearing, an administrative system that offers no jury, no real discovery, and an unreasonable restrictive statute of limitations that results in no accountability. Florida Statute 55236 provides an unprecedented protection for the mining industry. It is a shield not permissible under Florida or federal law. We created a LinkedIn group called Citizens Unite to resolve blasting damage to property with thousands of participants, and connected with legislators, the media, and other property owners to help educate the public. In February 2024, we saw a ray of hope because a public legislative workshop was held in Tallahassee, and for the first time, the mining industry acknowledged that damage occurred. They called it cosmetic damage to property despite visible impacts to homes, schools, and public infrastructure. During a meeting, we spoke about the frustration we feel and the impotence felt by the violation of our right to be free from property damage. We actually questioned the mining industry's right to obtain aggregates to build homes while damaging surrounding communities. The Secretary of the Blasting Advisory Board, Stephen Hertzberg, wrote a legal opinion that has now served as the basis for this new business item to be introduced tonight. We are so fortunate to have the Honorable Councilman Hertzberg guiding this effort. We, the property owners affected by mine blasting, are 100% in support of your item, sir. We're blasting mad, and we will not take it anymore.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Diegues and council members. Bonnie Cintron from Lewis Road in Miami Lakes. I'm not going to make any long-winded talk. I'm just going to say I'm here to support Mr. Hertzberg's initiative because I think it's a brilliant idea, and it's something that finally maybe some positive results will happen. So I'm so happy that you're working on that and doing what you've done. And I hope that the council will vote to go along and make that a fact, that he can go ahead with his initiative. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I see some New faces and some, I'm not going to say old faces, I'm going to say not familiar faces on the dais. It's great to be here tonight. I'm a proud resident of the town of Miami Lakes, and I have offices at 8555 Northwest 186th Street, number 106. I'm here to speak today about agenda item 13C. A little over a year ago, I asked my former staff to run a report on the demographics, in particular the ages, of the persons being served in the Camillus House Emergency Housing Program, their shelter. You see, we were seeing an increasing number of older adults, folks over the age of 70, who were being displaced from their humble studio and one-bedroom apartments. The impact of our housing market. Most had income, retirement, disability, but not enough to absorb $300 to $400 increases to their rents. The growing new face of the homeless is no longer a single adult male. That it's important to know that people become homeless for a variety of reasons. And it reminds me that, but for the grace of God, go I. Today, you're doing as other municipalities are doing across Miami-Dade County to ensure compliance with the new state law. I do not fault the town for that. It's appropriate, it's responsible. But I do urge the town to ensure that they are also taking advantage of the resources that have been made available by the Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust to ensure a truly positive outcome and a long-term solution to helping the homeless by connecting them with housing and services and avoiding the short-term and proven to be ineffective approach of arresting homeless persons. If nothing else, but because in this community we have at any point in time during a shift 7 police officers. So not only is arresting someone for being homeless going to add an arrest record that makes it harder to get them a job and get them housing, but that means that during that period of time that we are arresting a person in our community, we are driving them to TGK, we are processing them at TGK, and then coming back to this community. In fact, we are taking one of our police officers off duty, off service, for at least 3 hours. At the end of the day, that homeless person will go to the next bond hearing, get credit for time served, and be released on their own recognizance, again, with a record that now makes it harder to get them housing and to get them employed. The resources that have been available include sample municipal police, standard operating procedures, connections to homeless outreach teams, more positive. I'm not suggesting it's always going to be successful, but to the extent that our community can lead by example in using the resources that are being made readily available to help people that for one reason or another have ended in the unterrible plight of homelessness, we should take advantage of those resources and bring them to bear to help our folks. Good evening. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, before you go, can you also please state your name for the record? That was
I'm
the one
so
thing
sorry.
missing.
Hilda Fernandez.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I know you, but of course, you know. Next speaker.
Afternoon, everybody. Miguel Martinez. Most know me. Well, I think everybody knows me. 18784 Northwest 79th Place, Miami, Florida. And what I'd like to say is in June 2017, the town of Miami Lakes hosted a state fire marshal of Florida in these very chambers. At that time, the CFO had contracted engineering firm Lample Herbert Consultants to review blasting records from January through December of 2016. It was in response to all the complaints that were submitted. Subsequently, I contacted the same engineering firm to possibly engage them in creating a further study. Speaking with the owner of the firm, he advised me that his memory was of the specific presentation, that he was floored after presenting such negative information that he was received with a standing ovation. Something I wouldn't forget, he told me. I responded to him, it's because you guys told the truth, and it's what Miami Lakers, who we really are here. In 2021, the CFO created a Miami-Dade pilot program to monitor the blast reports of the area. It has shown time and time again the inconsistencies of the reporting of the mines. This includes exceeding legal limits under the caveat of not blasting within a specific boundary as stated in legislature, thus proving again the written laws are protecting a specific interest. Last February, Councilman Herzberg and I presented in a workshop in Tallahassee, a workshop created by State Rep. Fabricio through his tireless efforts and now to assist in educating a committee. The councilman and I were invited to present, but my presentation was censored and images and videos were removed from it. Be noted, this would be the second time I've been censored in committee in Tallahassee regarding this issue. Fortunately, the statistic presented by Councilman Hertzberg was not. The statistics presented were directly taken from the pilot program itself, proving again the intentional protection of the industry and negating the fiduciary responsibility of that office. The fact that the state has been covering information, protecting an industry, and worse off, ignoring the residents of this area has been for too long. An action that is detrimental to our properties, our pocketbooks, and our general well-being. This forced victimization is shared by all of us. This includes the town of Miami Lakes. I strongly support item 16C and stopping this egregious action. Further, it will be an honor to assist in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker. Anyone else in chambers? Yeah, perfect. We have at least 3 more.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Manager, and Town Clerk. My name is Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119. I'm also here, as you've been hearing, in support of Councilman Hertzberg item. The tireless efforts of folks like you heard from Miguel and others, and Brian was on this board, and Angelo and Stephen, it's been an uphill battle. I think the time has come to try to find a way to hire the correct constitutional attorney, go outside and find this individual or firm, and then comes the part of the cost of what it's going to be. And I know that's a big battle with the residents. So I offer this, as I saw in the town of Bal Harbor when they were going to take up the mall owners on the Live Local Act. They passed a small millage that would be segregated only for the fighting of this item. In other words, that millage percentage would go towards a legal fund only for that. Now, the other point that I have, and it's nothing against my neighbors in PSN or Doral or Medley, is sharing in the cost of this. With that said, I know that it may be hard to get them to jump on because of the power of the mining industry and how entangled they are, like a web with a lot of politicians. As a matter of fact, reports have come out that White Rock has donated $800,000 over the years to politicians. And unfortunately, some of them get the money through PACs, and I've had an opportunity to do some researching, and it really floors me to see that people that we think were working hard for us were really not, because they were taking money from the PAC. And some are taking them straight out. As a matter of fact, our state senator for this area is the largest receiver of money from White Rock quarries. So we may not get help there. With that said, I understand that the county commissioners each have a $1 million discretionary fund. Since our Board of County Commissioner for this area also represents the folks in PSN and Country Club of Miami, I urge that part of this is that you reach out to Senator Rene Garcia's office and see if he can contribute from that $1 million fund that they have to help fund the legal expenses of this. So I'm totally in support of that item. I've got a few more seconds to wrap up. I'm hoping that on the special taxing districts that we spoke of before, that you're able to change the guard level to, I believe it's level 1, in order to bring down the cost before you set these rates. And finally, on the issue, I won't be here for the quasi-judicial, but you heard what I said. And I would like for you to keep in mind all of the other residents there that don't want you to change the zoning for that area. I won't go into the dynamics of this. That's for the judicial hearing, but I don't see something that would benefit one and take from the others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Enid, Rudy, I know I saw a couple of you guys coming up. Name and address, please, Enid, even though I know.
My name is Enid Lomax. I live at 15143 Montrose Road. I just wanted to say that I wholeheartedly agree with Ms. Reynolds, and I want to thank Mr. Hertzberg for doing such a magnificent job, and to all of you for being there for all of us. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Rudy.
Good evening, council members. Before we start, I want to take a note from J.C. Fernandez. Think about the people and the war going on in the Middle East too, and the tragic India situation. I think those have to be in our minds, and always those rumors of wars are always unsettling. At the same time, though, you know, timing is everything. I really believe that. Timing is everything in life. There's no doubt about that. Even Solomon said it, probably one of the wisest men. He even said that there's a time for everything. Well, I gotta say to the town of Miami Lakes, to all the council members and staff, the time has come for Miami Lakes. Finally, we could get some relief. Finally, we could see that so much grief and so much pain, so much frustrations and misunderstandings have happened throughout the years. So many surprises, so many things have occurred. Actually, since I've joined the Blasting Advisory Board, forgot to mention I'm the chairman of the Blasting Advisory Board for the town of Miami Lakes. But even then, it's unbelievable that so much has passed and nothing has actually been done till now. And slowly but surely, we have endured. The Blasting Advisory Board has gone through everything. They've gone through thick and thin. They've gone through countless hours, sacrifices. You heard a variety of the people that have been here, past chairmen, members of the Blasting Advisory Board, and all their experiences and what they've gone through and what they've uncovered through time. You've heard of all the different stories, people that have been affected. And we've survived. Bab has been there, and Bab's legacy will live on, and it will continue. Thanks to all the efforts of the council and the efforts that you made today, the decisions that you made today concerning Councilman Stephen Herzberg's new business item 16C. But today is a historic day for Miami Lakes. There's no doubt about it. What Council Stephen has done has been masterful in his approach. But besides that, I come with gratitude. I want to thank everybody that's here. I want to thank all the past and current members of the Blasting Advisory Board. They need a blasting round of applause for all their efforts that they've done for this community and for the surrounding towns and the municipalities that have been here. You all deserve a huge applause and a big thank you and recognition. I implore the town council to affirm and approve Councilman Herzberg's motion to settle this matter, hopefully once and for all. It's been too long. It's been too many hours, too many delays. Too much time has passed, and we haven't gotten any action. And now, for the first time, some realistic approach and some realistic spark of hope has come into the town of Miami Lakes in order to resolve this final issue. I want to thank all those that are in attendance here today for coming, for supporting this cause, even the municipalities, even people from different areas, different towns, different municipalities and officials. Your presence means a lot to the town of Miami Lakes. Special thanks also and recognition to all the council members that have been here before, the two Garcias online, Stephen, and of course, Brian Moreta. Your dedication, your commitment to BAB is proven, and now it shows. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for what you're doing. Don't let your guards down. Let's keep the ball rolling. Let's get going. And I thank you for your time.
Please don't forget your name and address, Rudy, for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Thank
No,
you.
no,
14406 Northwest 88th Avenue, Miami Lakes, Florida.
Rudy Blanco.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. Irene Gutierrez, 8025 Northwest 162th Street. I am here tonight in support of Councilman Hirschberger's initiative to get legal action against blasting, and I totally agree with everything said before. Also, anything that has to do with what Councilman Sanchez is doing in regards to the no left, I totally agree with that, and anything regarding the guardhouses. Thank you very much. Thank you for all you do. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
All right. Good evening, Town Council, Mayor, Town Management. Carlos Andres, 14530 Dade Pine Avenue, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33, obviously, 014. Here to most importantly, to keep it on a lighter note, I want to thank some folks that have always answered emails and phone calls from Parks and Rec. Jeremy and Aaron have been great with handling different things that we do when I'm taking a walk down Miami Lakeway or different things in Park 17 in our neighborhood, and making sure that residents are happy. So thank you very much for that. I'm here to please ask your support for item 8B. This is just coming part of the manager's report, some reallocation of funds. We had a lot of money in breakfast, and guess what? Breakfast shouldn't be that expensive. We should be doing other things like what we're doing right now and bringing awareness to the town as we've been doing this last year. I'm also here to support Councilman Hertzberg's approach with seeking action, some results from blasting. This is huge. And before I get into the topic, I want to just thank Miguel Martinez. He's been fighting force for us in the town. And Rudy Blanco as well, and all the other members of this committee that have done so much for us. Being a committee member myself, I know how much work it takes, volunteer work that you do to get out there, and especially this is very frustrating because, at least some of the things we do in public safety, we get traction, we see results. But unfortunately, they've been, we've all been dealing with issues and getting no traction over years. Now, this town hall might seem, somewhat half empty. But I can tell you this much, and the folks that are on this council that knock on doors when you're campaigning, this is a major issue. You talk to people across town, everybody's complaining. They want results. They're talking about their pools, windows, infrastructure. And enough is enough. I'm an accountant, and I deal with estimates all day when we're getting financial statements out. And guess what? All companies got to pay. For any type of customer returns, contingencies. Any matters when it comes to their responsibilities of doing business. And this should be a responsibility of them doing business. That's strictly as opposed to that, just like Councilman Hertzberg's, memorandum that he issued to the town states, this is something that is a carve out for them, and those of you watching from home, I recommend you to read that. It's very important that you have this data and you stand with him and you join the fight. A lot of times we like to complain, but you gotta join the fight. That's the only way, collectively, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers in chambers? Going once, going twice. Madam Clerk, any speakers online?
Yes, Mayor, we have several, and I'm going to start with, I see two. I see Ms. Susana Fortich, and I see another young lady. Please just unmute yourself.
And please remember name and address.
Please go ahead and welcome to the meeting. I see two participants online with the hand raised. I see three, actually. And Angelina Diaz. So please just unmute yourself and state your name. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Trellis, 16501 Northwest 84th Avenue. I am on vacation, but I made it a point to attend this meeting because this is very important. I am absolutely 100% in support of this initiative by Councilman Stephen Hertzberg. I think that there needs to be absolute transparency. We need to be able to have our voices heard. We shouldn't be silenced. We shouldn't have our property values diminished because of the blasting. So 100% in favor. There's nothing that hasn't been said tonight that I don't agree with. So thank you so much for introducing this initiative and for the rest of the council members that are in support of it as well.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. I believe let's begin with Miss Angelina Diaz, if you can please appear. Thank you, and then please remember name and address for the record and that you have 3 minutes.
Miss Angelina Diaz, we see you.
Okay, there.
There we go. We can hear you. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Isabella Diaz. I own 2 beautiful properties here in Miami Lakes. 8035 Northwest 164th Terrace and 16540 Northwest 84th Avenue. I am also out of town, but I did make a point of making sure I would come in just for a few minutes. I am in full support from our Councilman Stephen Herzberg. I appreciate everything you're doing. Being here almost 5 years, I've felt the earthquakes in my house. It's woken us up at times. It's made me think back if I am in Colombia. It's not cute. Our house has been affected. Our pool has been affected, our driveway, and I can go on and on. I'm here to support everything on that, as well as the no left turns and our gated community here in Royal Oaks. So I'm just quick in and out. Thank you so much, and just here to support our team.
Thank you. And the last speaker, Ms. Susie Fortich, please again, name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, hello everyone, Mayor, Councilman. Let me take this off. And my name is Susana Fortich, or Susie. I live on 8818 Northwest 189 Terrace in Lakeside Green Development. I'd like to thank Councilman Stephen Herzberg for all the effort he has done in supporting and getting something done for us, the homeowners. I'd like to thank you all that support him and the advisory board as well. I can't explain to you how affected this blasting happens. It happens once, twice, and we've had it this week. We had it 3 times one day. Sometimes we do have it 3 times. Many times it's very hard. The blasting is terrible. Sometimes it's not. But if you come to my humble home, which you're all invited, so you can see the aftermath of it, my sidewalk is completely broken. The hedges on around my trees is broken. My beautiful patio outside, which I humbly did, is completely cracked everywhere, even the sidewalk leading from the front to my back. I know some people have more damages, but this is uncalled for, and we do need something to be done. And I thank Stephen Herzberg once again for taking the initiative with the advisory board and doing something. And I pray that you all support him, all the councilmen and the mayor Dieguez. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And last opportunity for anyone in chambers who would like to speak in public comments. Going once, going twice. Oh, okay. Again, name and address.
Francesca Ortega, 8491 Northwest 185th Terrace. I'm a resident of the PSN community, and I just wanted to come up here to thank every single one of you. I am a member of the BAB, and although I don't live in Miami Lakes, I can say that you guys are a group of standing elected officials, which says a lot, right, nowadays. So thank you for your support. Thank you for the communication and the open doors always, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Any last opportunity? Okay, with that, public comments is now closed, and we're moving on to item 7, the appointments, which today we solely have an announcement. There are no new appointments. Rather, Councilman Sanchez's appointee has left the Blasting Advisory Board. With that, we are now on item 16C by Councilman Steve Herzberg, who is now recognized to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try to be brief here as best as I can. It'll be a little longer than usual. And thank you for everyone that came today. I really appreciate it. And this is something that's been an issue in this community for quite some time. But for you and especially for this council, I want to be clear what this is and what this is not. First, this statute and this item is not about regulating the mining industry. The statute that I believe is unconstitutional doesn't tell the mining operators how they mine. This is all about what our rights as a town, as a municipal corporation, and also rights of any other property owner are on the effects of their operations. So this is not a lawsuit that stops the mining. I'm very clear, we're not trying to stop the mining. The reality of the situation is the product that they create is required for us to live, but they should be held at the same standard as anybody else. So then you go to why do we have a case? First, we as a municipal corporation, in my opinion, as a property owner, we're affected by their operations. Just like any resident is affected by their operations that owns property, just like any business that owns property is affected by their operations. And what this law does is it gets rid of fundamental rights that we as residents or as companies, as property owners have, not under both the US and Florida constitutions, especially the Florida Constitution, which has very strong language on access to the courts and access to jury trials. And that is the heart of the issue, because if you want to get compensated for the damages that these operations have done, you can't just call an attorney and file a lawsuit like 99.9% of anybody else would if someone damaged their property. You have to find an attorney that understands how to go through a Department of Administrative Proceedings process that has tight deadlines, that is not familiar to 99% of attorneys in Florida, and revokes your right. And this is the strongest issue, and I believe the main issue, the main reason why this law was put in place. It gets rid of your right to have your damages determined by a jury of your peers, which is a foundational issue of our justice system, both criminal and civil, is the right to have a jury trial, both in the Florida Constitution and the U.S. Constitution. And this law removes that right. Additionally, honestly, those were the two things I was going after to start, but then I started digging further, and we have a separations of power issue. And what that means is, especially under the Florida Constitution, which is exceptionally strong, we have 3 branches of government. And the judicial branch is its own equal branch. And what this law does is it takes away something that has gone to courts for centuries. We're talking since the colonial era. We're talking since the law that we have in this country comes from England. We're talking about common law. For centuries, these type of cases, someone damaged my property, goes to court. This law strips our court, our judicial branch, from the right to hear that case to start. No other industry, no other claims like this are stripped. Only mining, blasting, damage is stripped from this law in the state of Florida. So that creates a separations of power issue, where now the Department of Administrative Proceedings, which is under the control of the executive branch, runs your claims first. And then you have equal protection under law, where we're in a position that we don't have the same rights as anybody else would have with any other type of damage. For example, and I've had residents say this before, an analogy. If the Florida legislators decided to say, Amazon is so important to us that if an Amazon truck causes damage, you can't sue them in court. You have to go through an administrative proceeding. That's basically what they're trying to say in this law. And the irony is, the last bill that failed this session from Representative Fabricio that he tried to do to get some sort of real compensation process stated that the industry is important and vital to the state of Florida. And even that couldn't get passed because they don't want these claims to go to court. And they want to strip property owners the right to have these claims heard in front of a jury of their peers. Because we've seen what they said. Nailing, hammering on your walls, kids jumping on the beds, fireworks. Those are causing more damage than the TNT 80 feet in the ground in the aquifer. That doesn't make any sense. But this action, we can't take it lightly. But we haven't. We're not here overnight. We've had the Blasting Advisory Board been together for over 5 years trying. We've had Representative Fabricio trying for 5 years. And there has been no movement. So we're really left with, what other approach are we left with? We tried. We've did what people tell us to do. Go to Tallahassee, meet with legislators, try to do workshops, have other municipalities join our efforts, and we haven't succeeded. We've had momentum. We had the workshop last year in Tallahassee where the industry admitted that they caused damage, but it's okay. It's only cosmetic. That's what they said. So the continuous failure, and this isn't on any one specific legislator, this is a collective failure of the Florida legislator to pull up these opportunities to make reform. And the irony is, and the vice mayor can say this, and Miguel and Councilman Garcia, Angelo Garcia, a lot of the people we met when we had these meetings with legislators were for some sort of reform when we explained it to them. When we explained what our residents and our town are stuck with this law, they understand, okay, you're right, that's not fair. But collectively, we still haven't had any action. Now, I do know that there potentially would be some concern from this council with pending appropriations and things like that. First, we're not suing right away, right? This is going to take some time. At the end of the day, this is not a partisan or political fight. And the people in there and the governor now, they have very little to do with when this law was put into place. And I don't see that as a threat of us trying to go through our constitutional rights as a town. I don't see any threat of any issue on the political side based off how unpolitical this issue really is. And on a broader spectrum, this really does go a little bit beyond blasting. Staying silent means that we're saying an industry can be carved out of fundamental rights of people, of companies, of property owners. And I don't believe that, right? But the issue is how we go pay for it. This is going to cost us money, period. Assuming this passes, I will go back out to the municipalities. I'll go to Doral, I'll go to Miramar, I'll go to Hialeah, I'll go to the county and ask them to help. Join in on the lawsuit, pay some money. Trust me, those towns have some money. Look at Doral's general fund balance. We know what Hialeah spent a little bit of money on recently, got some publicity. So these towns have money. But if they don't want to chip in, they don't want to pay money, so be it. We lead. Simple as that. We've been leading this fight practically alone for some time now, so we continue to lead because it's what's right. What's wrong is wrong, and fighting this law is the right thing to do for our town. So ultimately, we all took an oath to protect the Constitution of the state, this country. I believe that this law is unconstitutional. Our town is being harmed. This lawsuit is from the town. It is not going to lead to compensation. It is not going to provide money. All it will do, if we succeed, and there's no guarantee that we succeed either. It is a risk, and the attorneys up here will tell you that. But it will, if we succeed, it will allow us as a town, and then most likely anybody else that owns property in the entire state of Florida, to have the same rights as anybody else would if someone damaged your property. And whether or not the mining industry changes how they conduct their business is up to them. But at least you all and us would have a fair shot when their business does harm us. And of course, it is our position that for all this time they have been. So my motion, to make it brief on the motion part, would be to authorize the town attorney to proceed with preparing a lawsuit for declaratory and injunctive relief, finding that the statute is unconstitutional, and then filing it in a competent court of jurisdiction. And of course, we'll have to have discussions on the strategy and all those things, but I think we need to move forward and hopefully get something filed within the next 60 to 90 days.
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Yes, and point of personal privilege, I'd like the clerk to reflect me as a co-sponsor of this item. And just...
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to keep this brief because you didn't keep it brief. This is... Can you hear me now? There we go. This item is one that is near and dear. It's one that I campaigned on. I served on the BAB. I brought this up almost the moment that I got elected. At the time, Rudy Blanco hit on it during public comment. The timing wasn't right, but I agree with him. The time is now. I agree with you that we need to go find our municipal partners, our sister cities, to participate and share the burden, because they will share in the benefit of this. So they should also share in the burden. And I'm happy to meet with any of them to discuss that if you need my support and my backup. But that being said, I do think that if the need be, we will take this battle on our own. I'd love to see an estimate of cost of attorney's fees presented hopefully by the next council meeting, just so that we have an idea as we head into budget season of what we need to be allocating. But that being said, I do agree. It's a cost that needs to be explored. I'm not sure of the legality or the procedure for what Mr. Abel Fernandez mentioned about a separate and like a sub-millage. If that's something that can be done, I'd like to see it explored. I like to see, I know our residents like to be able to see how much of their dollars are going to a very specific purpose, especially one as important as this. That being said, this item carries my full support. I want to emphasize that this is a last resort. We went the legislative route. We've gotten shot down. We went the executive route. We were completely brushed out the door by the state fire marshal's office. We're left with only the judicial route. And so that's where we are today. I do think that we need to do this in a financially responsible way. We've always been a financially, fiscally conservative town. We manage our money very tightly here. So we need to make sure that we do this in a responsible manner, but it must be done, and I'm completely in favor of this item.
Before we go to the rest of my colleagues, the attorney wanted to say or provide some context for the general public's benefit and for the council's benefit.
Yeah.
Mr. Attorney.
Listen, these men and women have done everything possible, and it's been more than 5 years. They're being modest when they say it's 5 years. It's been 10 years or more that they have been doing everything within their power to change the legislation, change the direction of the state legislature. You have to understand that the state legislature comes from 67 different counties. Blasting basically occurs for the vast majority in Dade County. It does not, in Spanish they call it pisarle los callos, you know, step on anybody else's toes. This is a problem unique to South Florida. So what they have done is they've gone and lobbied the rest of the state Senate and the rest of the legislators who have no interest and no dog in this fight. This is the only, and man, I hate to do this. I love the fact that for the last 5 or 6 months, my attorney report has been virtually nothing. That's the way I want to keep it. I rarely, if ever, tell a client of mine, go ahead and file suit. The vast majority of my clients, I'd say 99.9%, come to me saying they want to file suit or they've been sued. I don't see another alternative. The status quo is certainly nothing that's acceptable. It is not a take it or leave it or blasting or no blasting call here. There are ways that they can blast and they can rock mine that do not wreck our properties. They can do it at a lot less. The problem with that is that it's costlier to them. The other problem is that the vast majority of the rock mining, what they generate, goes to the Florida Department of Transportation for their roads. That's just a reality. That's what we're up against. It is, and I guess it's only for a lawyer to understand. Lawyers probably grasp the concept a lot easier because we've been trained. There's something called strict liability in tort, where it's presumed you're negligent when you are doing certain very dangerous things. Propane gas, blasting used to be strict liability. That is the easiest thing to prove. It went from one of the easiest things to prove all the way to you can't even go to court. They haven't limited your rights to going within court with higher standards of proof. No, they've completely taken the court system out of it and gone all the way over here to an administrative hearing. That is stripping our rights beyond anything that I think it carries constitutional muster. The problem is the cost and the fist fight that we're going to get in with some people. I'm willing to engage. It is wrong. I grew up here. My family lives here. My friends live here. I'm just not a hired gun for the city. This is personal. And to be watching this, to be sitting in my office every afternoon right around 11 or 2 o'clock and feel the blast. My office is in the town. It was worse when I was on the second floor of one of the buildings. I'd literally feel the building move. The second concern is we're going to upset the apple cart when it comes to funding of some of our projects. Some may not say it, but that's a fact, and it's something that we have to be willing to consider. I am. It's up to you. It's up to the council. I can tell you we will be doing it cheaper than anybody else. One of the things I'm going to do is approach some of the cities, especially the ones that have in-house counsel, to help out, because it doesn't cost them any more money. Hialeah has in-house counsel. Some of the other cities have in-house counsel. The ones that don't, that's for you guys to work on them, and you guys work the legislative route. But that, is this, if we lose in the long term, we could be affecting our relationship with the state government and with others. But it's something that we have to decide on what we want to do as a town and as a community. Sometimes you have to do it. You don't have a choice. But that's something that we're going to have, that they're all going to have to decide. I'm all in. We have the firm. We have the resources. I don't need any more litigation, so I don't want anyone to think that, we're doing this for the money, because frankly, I do this for the town for a lot cheaper than I would do for anybody else. Frankly, for less than half the price.
Councilman Sanchez.
So I've been a resident of Miami Lakes since 2008 when I returned from the Navy. And even blasting was being felt at that time. That's as far back as I can remember. So yes, definitely more than 5 years, definitely more than 10 years. I can just speak to 17 years. There is a cost, obviously, associated with the legal fees and everything like that, and to reflect on what the town attorney just said, the long-term effect of appropriation losses and things like that. But enough is enough. Our homes, our sidewalks, our town home, this town hall, it all feels it. It all suffers through the effects of blasting beyond the legal limits. I am in full support of 16C. The time has come, and it stops with us. The buck stops with us, and we should continue this fight. So I'm in full support of 16C. Steve, any meetings, I'm there. It doesn't matter if it's Doral, Miramar, Pembroke Pines, Hialeah Gardens, whatever the case may be. You have my full support. It's time to push this forward.
Anyone else wishing to speak? All right. So
Yes, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you so much. I'm also 100% in support of this initiative by Councilman Hertzberg. It's been 2 decades. The mining industry has been destroying our homes, and then our individual rights to sue for relief were taken away as well. I think Councilman Hertzberg's example of Amazon is perfect. Amazon starting to use drones. If those drones started crashing into our homes and destroying our cars and our property, and all of a sudden the state said, "Hey, you can't sue Amazon anymore," we would be extremely angry. And this is just like the boiling frog. You throw a frog in hot water, he jumps out, but you slowly turn up the heat, and that's what they've been doing to us and we don't even notice. So I'm 100% about our individual rights as citizens here in the town of Miami Lakes and in the state of Florida. And if actually Councilman Hertzberg does not mind, if we could all, I think all as a council, the mayor and the council, join as co-sponsors. If you don't mind, I know you've worked very hard on this, but I think this is such an important topic and it's such an important fight that I think we all should be co-sponsors and all should give 100% to whatever you need and when it comes to this lawsuit. So I'm 100% for this, and I want to thank Miguel Martinez as well, the former chair, Rudy Blanco, the current chair, and I think all the residents as well who have been fighting for this. Also, Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano, who started the BAB about 6-7 years ago. Thank you for all she did to get this started. So again, I'm 100% for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and provide my remarks. So this November will mark about 7 years that I've been a member of this dais, right? And so I've been there for many of the lawsuits that we've gotten ourselves into that, frankly, haven't really gone our way, right? And I've been the main one that has been pushing to resolve, again, these suits, whether it was Mr. Pizzi's lawsuit, whether it was the bridge litigation. You know, a lot of times what has always concerned me is that there's too many people saying, let's go and do this, and not enough people saying, but, right? And so I'm going to be that guy doing the perhaps politically unpopular thing, but the necessary thing, which is to say, let's do this, but, right? I will be voting yes on this, but as I have stated repeatedly at meeting after meeting after meeting, I still have some concerns regarding legal deficiencies in the case that is being presented. I'm not going to go into them here in the public, just so that, you know, again, obviously those concerns don't get put out there in the public record where others will then be able to evaluate them and plan accordingly. But they continue to exist. So what I don't want to do, not talking about the next couple months or even probably the next year, because litigation takes time to really develop, right? But further down the line, if there comes a point where the litigation seems to be fruitless, I also have to do my part to protect the taxpayers' dollars. And, you know, at that point, I'll probably have to make some tough decisions regarding appeals, right? But obviously, again, this is just to initiate the proceedings. Obviously, we will all now, from here on out, have an opportunity to enter into shade sessions, you know, executive sessions with the attorneys to discuss strategy and the like. And perhaps at that point, you know, some of those concerns will be alleviated, right? But I just do not want to engage the town, especially after we just got out of a 7-figure settlement, right, last year, get us back into another case that's going to drag on for years and years, you know, because not that the issue is not important. I agree with all the sentiments raised by my colleagues. And again, it's going to be 7 years that I've been up here advocating for blasting relief legislatively. I was there with Councilman Collazo and Councilman Ruano when former Representative Fitzenhagen laughed in their faces when they were trying to, you know, get her attention because she was the committee chair for one of the committees that had jurisdiction over our blasting bill, and she wouldn't move it. You know, so I understand the frustration. As somebody who has my office on the west side of town on the second floor, similar to Mr. Cassesi did before, and whose building just had to get rid of the outer columns because of the blasting damage, I totally understand the importance of this issue and just how bad it is for our residents, corporate and actual residents. But again, from a legal standpoint, I just need to make sure that I put on my hat as a litigator as well, and then I'm also doing my part to give this case the best shot and also to give the residents what they deserve, which is 100% my honesty as well as my own expertise when it comes to litigating cases. And, you know, and I'll just point this out, for example, on the separation of powers issue, and we'll talk about it more when we get into executive session. Recall, though, that both the federal and the state legislature absolutely can decide which claims are heard by the courts, right? Although, of course, whether we're talking about, again, we'll get further into it, but obviously, you know, they can set jurisdictional amounts. They can go ahead and set even, you know, certain items that cannot be heard, right? That's, you know, so, but again, I don't want to go much further in that, but those concerns persist, and I want to make sure they're out there so that nobody thinks that, you know, later on, you know, that they're surprised by where I'm coming from. But again, I'm going to vote for this. And let's see where it goes, because ultimately you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 16C. Councilmember Hirschberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Absolutely yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
1,000%.
Councilmember Fernandez.
A resounding yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
An infinite yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Infinite times infinite? Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. With that, we are now on the manager's reports. And for those that will not be joining us, for the remainder of the meeting, I would ask that you please quietly make your exit. But we are going to get on with the remainder of our agenda. Of course, I invite you all to stay if you would like to. With that, Mr. Manager, you are recognized to bring up your first presenter.
Major Gonzalez.
Where's everybody going?
Is this something you said?
Police report. I guess things are so good, I know. That's why I moved up, right, to be here with the residents. Don't all leave at the same time.
Again, please remember to exit quietly. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Major Gonzalez, your town commander with the April police report. Well, we're halfway through the year now, and things have been looking really good. First, I want to thank my staff. The officers have been really working hard at the schools, on patrol, responding to calls. We have probably the best response times in the county on any other stations and municipalities, and responding in a timely manner to our calls. I also want to thank some of the residents that are here today. Just to touch up on a couple of things. I know it's in first reading tonight, but Mr. and Mrs. Fernandez, I know we've had a couple of homeless individuals at 182nd Avenue, and they were a big part of working with us and helping them get some housing and relocating them. So thank you very much for helping us out, and we look forward to working on this together as a team. As far as the crime's concerned, we are down 60% for the year, 60 and a half, but we're looking really good. Also, the vehicle burglaries are down 30%. I know it's not a number that's captured there, but I do have those numbers. Also, as far as citations, we wrote 306 written citations, 192 warnings, and 17 parking citations for the month of April. We also continue to work with the high visibility with the cruise lights. You'll see that a lot out here during all hours of the day. It's basically not to be alarmed, more informative. It's just for high visibility, so you can see police cars in traffic. You can see them, causes traffic to calm and slow down. And also while patrolling through the neighborhoods, it's just higher visibility for the community. The traffic on 154th Street, I know we slowed down, take a little lull for the summer, but I am happy to present that before the summer in school, and we had everything squared away. Everything's really looking good in the morning, in the afternoon, and it's running very efficient. The high visibility patrols continue during the midnight hours. We continue to add officers to the details for more officers on the streets and high visibility. We continue with the traffic enforcement details. We closed out the Bob Graham school detail with a very positive note. Councilman Sanchez's suggestion has been working very good. We have had no negative effects on 154th Street and very positive effects in Royal Oaks. So thank you for that. And I'd like to also mention that we started the summer initiative for the Main Street curfew enforcement with the Grams, where we added another off-duty officer, so now there's a total of 4 for higher visibility. Make sure that the kids, they're off from school, and we're assisting them with their curfew enforcement and keeping things on Main Street nice and quiet. And finally, our NRU officers have been reallocated from the school details now to daycare, summer programs, and parks for high visibility. And with that, I open it up for questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor, and then Councilman Sanchez.
Major, I just want to correct your math. It's not down 60 and a half, it's down 60.64, a little higher than 60 and a half.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Can we round it up? It is a round up.
Round it up to 61. No, you're
61.
As always, you guys are doing a phenomenal job in keeping our town and our residents and our businesses safe, so we thank you for that. And then I did just want to ask, are you going to be around? There's several items throughout the meeting that
I'll be here all night.
Require your input. Just wanted to make sure, otherwise I'd ask now.
Yes, sir. I'll be here all night.
Okay, and then regarding the summer focus on Main Street and curfew enforcement, are those off-duty officers or are those on-duty officers?
No, those are off-duty officers that are hired by the Grams.
That's what okay. I just want to confirm that. Thank you.
All right. Well, Major, it's great as always to see you, and it was great to see you at the sheriff's event not too long ago in Miami Gardens. Just wondering, with regards to the high visibility lights that are being driven around, I've noticed that some of the unmarked police cars are also doing that. Is that part of the plan?
Not really. It's mostly curtailed to the
marked ones,
the marked units.
Yeah.
Sometimes they shouldn't. I haven't seen them, but sometimes they might have been on a car stop, and sometimes it does happen. You kind of forget to turn your lights off until
Okay.
somebody kind of points it out to you.
Okay.
When you're multitasking. But yeah, that could be an issue that happened, but it's not common practice for that.
Good to know. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Thank you, and thank you for everything.
Anyone else with questions or comments for the Major?
Through the chair, Mayor.
Mr. Garcia, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Major, just want to thank you once again. Every time you're assigned a detail, the no left turn detail, the robbery detail, the speeding details, you come through. Your team comes through, and it's you can see the results. The summer, I mean, again, Main Street, again, hasn't had any issues since you started the summer program. Also, with the helping with the grams, you work with the grams, you came up with that plan, and I want to thank you for doing that. And I just want all my colleagues to know that, you know, again, I think we all can say it 100%. I can say it, speak for them. But anything you need when it comes to details or overtime or anything you need to continue the success, we're here for you. And again, it's just a testament to your hard work, sir. So I want to thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other questions or comments, you are excused. Thank you. All right. It's your turn to present the Public Safety Committee request.
No, yeah, it's not a report, so it's just a manager's report, and I'll
Well,
present.
I actually have a question for him.
Oh.
Because, remember that I wasn't clear on what they were asking us to do. Like, what were the shirts for? What were the?
Okay,
yeah.
Anali, the.
Oh, another question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Good evening. Yeah,
Thank
can
you.
you explain what the plan is with these expenditures? Because it wasn't clearly detailed in the minutes that were presented to us.
Okay, so essentially, we've had this budget item on there for some years, which related to this breakfast that we no longer hold. So essentially, what we're doing is just reallocating the funds. What the reason why it came up was because we're actually doing magnets for non-emergency for 3054 police to give those out at events, and we didn't have enough in that bucket. So essentially, since we were doing the budget for the new fiscal year, I've requested to do an allocation. So you asked about the shirts. That's usually if we get a new committee member or, you know, we need to order new shirts. It's just that one small spot. But the lion's share of it really goes towards, you know, awareness and educational material.
And okay, so yeah, that better clarified it. Thank you. So, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to say
No,
anything
just,
further.
we need a motion from this council
All right,
for
is there a
approval of
motion?
those
So moved.
transfers.
It's been moved. Is there a 2nd?
I'll second. Oh,
What?
Either one.
either or.
We both did it, so.
Well, I guess I'll allow the clerk to pick who she wants credit for that. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And now if we can turn to our capital improvements project manager.
Yes. The monthly infrastructure report.
Good evening.
Lower the mic.
Lower? Can
Yeah.
you hear me now? Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, I'm Anaili Padron, Capital Improvement Manager. I'm currently filling for Polyworks Director Santos.
Anaili, a little lower.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me
remember
now?
that we have people that are watching online and also in the audience. They want to be able to hear you. So,
Okay.
you know, it's very important that the mic be close and turned on.
Okay. I'm Anaili Padron, Capital Improvement Manager, currently filling for Polyworks Director Santos. In front of you, you have the infrastructure report. We give you an overview of our current projects and ongoing work in Polyworks. If you have any questions, let me know.
Anyone have any questions? Going once, going twice.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
I just, again, I know that this is your proceeding, and I want to put you on the spot because Director Santos is not there. Maybe the mayor can chime in. Could you just give us another update where we're at with 59th Avenue? I know we were waiting for some things. I just made it a point to make sure I ask every single time because I know this is the biggest project we've done in the town, and I just want to make sure we're on point and we're moving along. Just give us a quick update on where we are with that.
No, go ahead.
Well, they're currently on design, approaching 30%. So conceptual design have been completed. That's the latest information I have from the.
Yeah, and we also have an ITB that is out for the demolition of the warehouse. It was a big push. The warehouses that we purchased is now finally vacant, and we have the demolition ITB out, and so hopefully we'll be able to have a photo op with all of you in hard hats and a sledgehammer in your hand, and we'll be able to demolish that building and secure it, because it's not only to show a little bit of progress, but also the fear that whatever squatters or what have you can overtake that building. Even though we've secured it, we monitor the building, where we have staff going by there on a daily basis, but we want to demolish the building, and it'll be one step closer to progress.
Mr. Manager, do you have a timeline on the ITB, when it would be awarded? And
For July, it should be back before you for approval.
excellent. Thank you again. Appreciate your hard work.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Anyone else? Councilmember Sanchez, you're recognized.
With regards to the sidewalks, I know we were searching for a second vendor to jumpstart that initiative again. Has the second vendor, has that request been closed already so that the selection process can begin?
Is it of silence, or it's going to be approved tonight?
It's on the consent
It's
agenda.
going to be approved tonight. We have two
because
vendors.
we went back out for a new contract,
Yeah.
and we're asking to award to two contractors,
Okay.
Stout and Metro as the backup.
Okay.
And if that gets approved, those are going to be the two vendors that we'll have.
Okay. And then one final thing, as I look through the unfunded items, I see line number 10 for sidewalk repairs, unfunded $700,000. As far as I've been informed, all sidewalk repairs, we had a sufficient amount of funding with emails that I've had with Mr. Peterman and town staff. So, say again? At the Sunshine meetings, right. So the 700,000, where did that number come from?
Omar puts this together, so that number may be a projection on, because every single day that goes by,
Right.
a new sidewalk is cracking,
Yeah.
right? Because most of it is as a result of roots. So it may be a projection on what we expect to have in the next few months, or actually the next fiscal year.
Yeah.
So that's why until we fund it, it's not funded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and 700,000 would cover how many square yards of sidewalk? Give or take, estimate.
For that question, I'll provide an answer through the manager.
Okay.
It's,
All right, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Anyone else for Public Works? Seeing none, thank you. We are on to attorney's report, but I believe there is none, right? All right, moving on to committee reports. We got Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Rudy, come on down. Price is right.
Good evening, everyone. Whoop. Microphone and all right, so we're here. My name is Rudy Laredo. I'm the chair of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, and with me I have a few of the members. I have Helen Rodan, Felicia Salazar, and Juan Estrada that will be presenting the quarterly NIC report to council. There is, before I continue, there's a correction on one of the letters. I'm going to go ahead and give this to Gina. Just a correction of some numbers. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and bring, Helen Rodan up here, which is going to talk about two of the items where it says future projects in consideration. The first two items. Helen?
Thank you, Rudy. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, and Town staff. One of the items that we're bringing before you this evening is a consideration of the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative. We are requesting the reallocation of $3,504.44 from the Neighborhood Improvement Committee's remaining annual budget to fund the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative. We are also here to request an additional approximately $2,450 to fund the remaining rings. Last year, when this project was first brought forward to the Town Council chose to seek outside sponsorships rather than fund the project directly. Many of you were not seated yet when that vote occurred, and as a committee, we did want to express that we were disappointed by the outcome, but we're hopeful that this council will reconsider and fully support the initiative. For some background, the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative honors the heroic actions and memory of Aiden Spencer Perry. He was a high school student who tragically lost his life when he was attempting to save a man from drowning on April 19, 2022 in Sunrise, Florida. He was walking his dog with his mom. He witnessed a vehicle that crashed into a pond. He heard the driver call out for help. He handed his phone to his mom, dove in, and unfortunately, in that courageous attempt, he did lose his life. His mom, last time we came before the council, was here requesting this initiative to be funded. Like I mentioned, it was not, and so that's why we're back tonight. It's worth mentioning that other municipalities, including but not limited to the city of Fort Lauderdale, the city of Doral, and Coral Springs, have successfully implemented similar initiatives without hesitation, recognizing the importance of prioritizing community safety and honoring individuals like Aiden. Recognizing that we have so many waterways in the town of Miami Lakes, we feel like it's prudent for us to have these rings out. We've actually gone around the town surveying different sites, and so we've identified 15 different locations, which are listed in the letter that Rudy handed out to each of you. Each life ring costs a modest $395. Like I said, we are allocating, or we're requesting to allocate the remainder of our funds to go towards this. We are requesting an additional $2,450 by the town council to fund the remaining. Lastly, one more comment, it's a small investment that can help save lives and honor Aiden's memory in a way that's meaningful. Thank you on behalf of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. And like Rudy mentioned, these are the two projects that we have at the top of the future project considerations list. And Rudy, I'll hand it back to him to go over the remaining. Thank you.
Before Rudy comes back and you jump off, does anyone have any questions about these specific projects?
I do, through the chair.
Councilmember Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you to all the members of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Thank you for your time and your service. So please remind me what the amount is per ring?
$395 approximately.
$95. So you're looking for about 15 rings?
In
if I
total,
did
yeah.
the math right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I saw driving to drop off my son in Southwest Ranches, they've actually have 2 or 3 of them around the lake right on Griffin, heading towards Flamingo. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none.
Yeah.
One more.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Sanchez.
Well, you could, and then I'll
Councilmember
second.
Cuadra Garcia. All right, go ahead.
I was at the Neighborhood Improvement Committee where this letter was brought up, and I brought up a concern specifically for the rings that are close to schools. Miami Lakes K through 8 center. When the kids, they get out and they see a ring, because this is a freestanding ring that anyone, obviously, to save a life, needs to be freestanding so you can throw it in the water and be able to use it. But sometimes some of these students, they think it's a toy and they'll throw it in the lake and mess around with it, and it can also lead to its disappearance, and maybe somebody takes it home and puts it in their pool. I would like to see an idea of maybe just something small that can snap, kind of like a child safety device where individuals use at home to be able to protect the ring, where not just anyone can just come, a small child can come and take it off and use it as a toy, but any adult, anybody that can open it and use it will be able to open it and use it. So that's something that I'd like to see for this specific item.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Yeah. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you for the work that you guys do. I was able to do a little reading on it, and what a great tool. But as one of the my colleagues said, what happens if we have somebody that thinks it's and they literally decide to throw it in the lake, and we need to see if there's some type of device that will protect it not only from the sun, but from somebody not being able to take it and use it in the wrong way. In other words, is it just going to be exposed I'm a little concerned about that. And my other question would be, have you guys tried to going out to seeing if there's any institution that is willing to donate some of them?
I would say, if you'd like, you can answer that, and then I have some comments and questions.
I guess we're the institution so far that's willing to fund it. Like I mentioned, we are seeking the town council to fund this initiative. Like other cities have funded it. It's not something that's gone out to sponsors, at least in South Florida. I don't know if Rudy wants to add a little bit to that. Regarding the safety component and what Councilmember Sanchez, Cuadra Garcia mentioned, the rings are tethered, so they are attached to a pole. It's not something that's easily removed. So that is something that that's already, by design, it's already included. But I think if you would want to see designs, that's something that we can figure out, if there's an additional component that should be added.
Any others? So I'll just wrap up by asking, in your original March 19th letter, it was 10 locations. In the current letter that was just passed out, it's now increased to 15. I'm just curious, what are the additional 5 locations and why wasn't it included before? More out of a concern of this, then later it's 20, later it's 25. And not that that's a bad thing, because honestly, I think I support this item, and the safety of our residents is important. We did have 6 to 8 months ago, the individual who ran their car into, I always forget the proper name of that canal up there, and a gentleman jumped in to rescue her because she was in shock, and thankfully he made it out alive, but obviously something like that is helpful in that scenario. So I think that this is a great item. It's just more so that I know, are we really covering all our bases with 15, or can I expect another hit later on?
Yeah. So I think initially we surveyed locations when we've met about this a few different times over the last year. We've added more after surveying sites and realizing the bigger need. There were a few additional sites, and they are listed in this letter, I can read them out, that are not beach locations. So initially we were thinking beach areas that are easily accessible. So some like Lake Hilda, Lake Sarah, Lake Martha have beach locations. But like you mentioned, canal access areas, those are the ones that we hadn't considered before, so we added those to the list. For instance, the canal at the entrance of 67th Ave and the Gratney, the corner of Miami Lakesway Drive and 67th Ave, those are locations that we identified. So that's why you'll see that there's additional locations.
Any other questions?
Through the chair.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. So I was at a council meeting when the initial ask was made, and honestly, it had me in tears. The loss of the child. I mean, I can't imagine. I think nobody can imagine doing that. Honestly, I think for the cost, and I've seen these around. The city of Miramar has some on Honey Hill as well, next to some lakes. And yes, they're tethered, they're nylon. It's pretty difficult to steal them. If you want to steal them, then you have to go through some effort. I think focusing on areas that are beach areas or areas where the kids are actually there should be the focus. I would be 100% in favor of funding the initial 10, focusing on those areas, the beach areas where there is, especially when kids get out of school. I know there's a concern about, if they're going to abuse them, but again, even if we save one life, it's definitely worth the cost of $3,000. And then continue the focus on trying to get sponsors. Maybe the Red Cross, maybe our local commissioner, Rene Garcia. I know he has discretionary funds. I think if every individual here on the council reaches out to 4 or 5 people, we can perhaps get 10 sponsors. So I would be in favor of this initial 10, using the initial budget that they have, monies that they already have in their budget, and then maybe in the future, if we can get sponsors, we can add the other 15. Do we need a motion for this, Mr. Vice Mayor?
I don't know if we need a motion. I was about to actually inquire with the manager. I think that the proper procedure would be for a motion to be made.
For sure, you need a motion to transfer the money to this initiative from within their budget.
I would make a motion to transfer for the initial
The amount
10
that they've stated, which was $3,504.44.
All right.
Okay, well,
The motion is
then-
made by Councilmember
Second.
Garcia. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. I am a yes. All right, is there any other motion on this?
So the other money that they're looking for is $2,450. So it would require a budget amendment. So if you maybe direct us to see if we could identify it in the budget, then we can come back to you next month and ask for a reallocation in the July meeting, once we identify where it's gonna come from.
Stand by, 35. By the way, the 395, that doesn't include cost of installation, right? 'Cause
We added a little buffer, so.
there you go.
Yeah.
That's what I do. All right, so from my calculations, $3,504 gets you 8.8, so 8 of these. What I would tell you is, let's go ahead. You got your budget reallocation for 8 of them, and then we can come back in July and, you know, let's hit first these primary locations, have this come back. I'll, for the sake of proper posture, I'll make the motion that staff come back to us at the July meeting with a budget amendment for $2,450 to be allocated to the, where did it go? Aiden Pero Hero Life Ring Initiative, being
I'll second.
championed by the NIC, seconded by Councilmember Garcia. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
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 Those against say nay. I am a yes.
Thank you.
And good job, Helen.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and bring up Felicia Salazar right now at this point, and she'll be talking on item number 3 and number 5 on that list, which is requests for a draft and implementation of fertilization ordinance and lake awareness and how to protect our waterways.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, attorneys, and staff. As Rudy mentioned, we came out with this proposal to request permission of the town council on behalf of our neighborhood improvement committee to draft with assistance of the town attorney and thus be presented to the council for approval to be included in the zoning code, is to have, like he mentioned, the fertilizer ordinance. This ordinance has been implemented in other communities, and we have samples that we can work with attorney so he can get an idea of what they have used. And also tied into this, which is protecting our lakes, the other initiative is the lake awareness. And basically what we do is educate the community about the importance of protecting our lakes and using best practices and provide, this effort for the community. And years ago we had a brochure. I think it's time to update it. And also we had August was Miami Lakes Lake Awareness Month. So I think it's something that we can continue. And our name is Miami Lakes, so I think it's important that with this ordinance, we prevent toxic fertilizers to go into our waterways, not just the lakes, but any waterways within the boundaries of Miami Lakes. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Felicia. Any questions, comments?
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Councilmember Garcia.
Felicia, I want to thank you. Honestly, we're a lake community, and we should be doing everything possible to maintain the health of our lakes. As you can see, it's all about pH balance. You know more than anybody. You get a little off in the pH. You get too much nitrogen in that less oxygen. You're going to have those algae blooms, and it really destroys the character of Miami Lakes. So I would be for supporting any initiative when it comes to this, voting on that. Does she need a motion, or is that something that we're voting on later?
I think as far as the lake away, what?
We're doing the request for fertilizer ordinance to be added to our zoning code.
Okay, then I would make a motion to direct the staff to look into an ordinance that protects our lakes and provides a mechanism, and also education mechanism where we can go and educate the public on, what is good and bad for their lakes and what they can do when it comes to their. Also, if we can add to that, we hire a lot of companies to come out and do landscaping, and they also do that. So is there any way we can add a component to have the landscapers follow certain guidelines when it comes to
I think that's very important.
Fertilizer?
Alrighty.
That's part of it?
So, Madam Clerk, did you get all that as the motion?
Councilmember Garcia, if you can repeat it, that would be beneficial for everyone. I did get your goal to educate our community and to add landscapers, all these requirements, but if you can restate it just to clarify.
No, absolutely. I'd like to just support Felicia's, the neighborhood improvement item to be able to educate the public, create an ordinance on our end to make sure that we are, that the ordinance puts steps on how to prevent nitrogen from going into our lakes through fertilizers, how we can prevent that, how we can educate the public and also educate the landscapers that are doing a lot of the fertilizing. I mean, individuals do it, but a lot of the fertilizing comes from landscapers. And also the town, what are we doing as far as reducing nitrogen and phosphorus from entering our lakes and creating algae blooms and the health of our lakes. So hopefully that makes sense. If that's what Felicia was asking for, Felicia, I want to make sure that that goes along.
If you read the memo, it's very simple. You can, follow that and sure. Like I said, when we meet with the town attorney, we have samples from other communities. One has to do with Florida-friendly fertilizer used in urban landscapes, and the other one is, regulating the use of fertilizers that may contain nitrogen and phosphorus.
Councilmember Garcia, is it okay if I just reframe your motion as let's move to direct our town staff to draft an ordinance for us that complies with the memorandum on page 22 of today's agenda?
Excellent. Perfect.
Thank you.
Made it simple.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Excellent. Chair?
All right, we'll carry on. We'll go to item which says ways to beautify on the Palmetto Expressway at Northwest 154th Street. Mr. Juan Estrada.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Town staff. Juan Estrada on behalf of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. The Neighborhood Improvement Committee decided to take on an initiative to beautify the underpass at the Palmetto Expressway at Northwest 154th Street using LED lights to illuminate the underpass at night, also known as a community aesthetic feature. The Red Road underpass at the Gratney was the inspiration for this project. We took the liberty of contacting the contractors for the Red Road project, and we were estimated at $38,305 to obtain the physical LED bars and installation. A virtual meeting was held with Florida Department of Transportation, District 6, to find out what the next steps would be. The roadway engineer informed us that the Town of Miami Lakes Council would have to approve a resolution to approve constructing and maintaining the community aesthetic feature. So as of March of 2024, this NIC initiative has been postponed pending the construction and renovations of the median separating the east and westbound travel lanes at Miami Lakes Drive.
Jeremy, can you please come up here a second? And while he does that, Mr. Manager, what was the estimate? Because obviously this is not the first time we've discussed this. The prior council discussed this as well. What were the numbers that you received again from the city of Hialeah as far as what their cost was?
The information we got on the lights that Hialeah, together with FDOT, funded by Hialeah, but was like $200,000 or $300,000. So I don't know where they got the. So one of the biggest cost involved is bringing electricity to the site.
Correct.
Right? So it's more than just putting in the lights. So we'd have to do a little more research, and then we can work with the committee, Mayor, and then we can bring back some more information for action by the.
That dovetails with the part that I want Jeremy to come up for. If you don't mind, please give him the mic a second.
Oh, of course.
Thank
You don't gotta run away.
Where are we now with with my item regarding updating our beautification master plan? I think the last update I got was that we are finalizing it, but when are we going to be ready to go ahead and start working on it?
Realistically, I look to bring it back towards the end of summer, maybe July, August. July might be a little more.
So next month. Well, or next month would be more ambitious.
Ambitious,
so probably
correct.
so safely
August.
in August.
Yes.
Okay. Look, I was one of the people that brought up discussing this last year, actually. And again, it's a great idea, but it's obviously going to, be a lot of money. So, and what's more than that is what I don't want to have either is a disjointed approach to beautification. So that is why I've been trying to get a revision to our beautification master plan done, which will help us coordinate all the various aspects of beautification. So with that, what I will go ahead and move to do is to, as part of, I mean, again, have you guys haven't put this out for a bid or anything like that yet, right?
With regards to
The beautification master plan.
No, it's already under contract.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's
okay.
under contract, finalizing the last sets of review.
Okay, so would it be too late then to go ahead and ask them to consider this proposal as part of that?
I can work it in with this last set of revisions. There may be a cost, but I can come back to you if there is anything that comes outside of the contract
Perfect.
scope.
So I'll go ahead and move for the town to go ahead and try to include this in the beautification master plan as something for consideration. Of course, coming back to us with any cost involved with making that change.
Second.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I just, through the chair, to the mayor.
Councilman Fernandez.
Anything, I think it's a great idea, I love it. Anything to beautify our town is certainly, I'm a champion for, so.
All right, any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Chair?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I hope you know that we gotta keep moving.
Oh yeah. Listen, man, there's very little times I get to see all of you sitting on the same time, so I got to take advantage of this. All right, so the next item, we're going to move up, and it will be item number 4. It says, request to amend resolution number 15-1296 under section 4, duties D. So you have that as part of your package. Let me read that section really quick. So section D says, shall facilitate at least quarterly meetings of homeowners association and similar groups. As some of you that are sitting up there, at a minimum 3, 4, and one in Zoom, have participated in the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. So we're very proud to have at least 4 of you up there. And you have, I'm sure you remember, our HOA quarterly meetings. At one point, I can say before the pandemic, we were very successful. I think the last one, which we had a gentleman that came out here, what's his name, Helen? Ron McGill, there we go. I think that was one of our last successful turnouts that we had. It says after the pandemic, we've been having a challenge to even come up with topics of interest for the community. To start off with, the town does not have a 100% update, as the last time that we were informed, a 100% updated roster list of all the associations in the town of Miami Lakes. We trying to take in that endeavor, and we'll hit a big brick wall to be able to keep with it. At this point, we feel as a committee that we don't want to continue on using resources, time, and effort in something that we're just, at this point in time, we're not being successful. And utilize those times and efforts in some things that we could make more impact in this community. So we're basically just to amend that resolution and just remove that section because we have to have those meetings. But unfortunately, again, 1, 2, maybe 3 people are coming out, and we've put up some really good topics, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, it's not the time. If you guys have any questions?
Is the mayor?
Mr. Vice Mayor.
The purpose of these meetings is primarily to hear these associations out, figure out how the town can be of service, right? Wouldn't it just be simpler for the NIC to appoint one of its members as an officer who is the association liaison, and then not waste our resources on these meetings? We eliminate this section as you're requesting, but then we create this, that way there's still somewhere where the HOAs know that they can go for help and resources from the town. I think that's like a way in which we, we cure the cough without killing the body, right? So I think that's a little reasonable alternative, and it also serves all these associations at the same time, while it allows you guys to focus your attention and your resources on other projects that are being a little bit more successful.
I definitely agree with that. And just for the record, every time there is any kind of concern with HOAs that come to the town, they have actually forwarded to our committee. So that's actually taking place already. They let us know such and such is going to show up. So that already, communication between town staff is already taking place. But yes, I like that idea.
Well, I just want to remind everybody that the quarterly meetings are not just for them to hear the concerns of the HOAs and community and condo associations. It's also to provide, to be a conduit for information for them in terms of town regulations, right? So when I was chair of NIC, and you'll remember this because you were there with me, and so was JC, we would have everything from best practices to maintaining a roof to also changes that were being made to the town code and soliciting their input. In fact, on the beautification master plan as well, it was at the NIC that was tasked with providing feedback, and one of the quarterly meetings was used to also get the feedback from the condos, or associations rather. I mean, I would probably prefer just to cut down the number of meetings from 4 to 2, just have them be biannual, and just, before we completely phase them out. This way it's less work for you, and also in terms of having to come up with an interesting topic all the time. I think it's easier to find more interesting topics twice, and one can even be, for example, a review of changes, for example, in state law. Obviously, as you know, because this is your industry, the legislature just recently amended the statute with respect to reserve requirements and everything else. So that, I think, would be a topic that would be of interest to many associations. So at least that would be my preference, is to amend that part of the resolution to cut down the number of those meetings instead of being quarterly, biannual. And then if this persists, right, if the issue persists where there's a very low attendance, where it's just 3 people, then at that point, I would probably be closer to going ahead and eliminating it altogether. But I want to give this a shot, with less programming, but more important programming, right? Instead of you having to try to figure out something for each quarter, just at least, 2 important topics. And again, one of them could be a legislative wrap-up for things affecting associations. I think that would be important. Because again, those meetings are not just to receive complaints and input, but also to provide information from the town and otherwise to those associations. Remember also we had done a special presentation with Ms. Marisol Basuto, in which those directors were able to go ahead and get their certification as well if they attended it. So, that could be a way of trying to boost attendance, right? Providing like that kind of a service. And because it's only going to be twice a year now, it'll be easier to get more people out there because you're not having to figure out, well, how do I make it interesting to them? Would you be okay with that?
That's a great idea. However, I'm going to counter here back to
Always.
You. And we actually did discuss a stop. And by the way, this is not something that we woke up one day and said, let's remove it completely. If you look back to our agendas, we've had it on there for more than 6 months. Back to back to back and trying to come down. I think 2, still pushing it. I will counter your request and do 1, and we'll make it big. And hopefully at that time, yes, they will show up. I think 2, given the history, right, for the past 4 to 5 years, is still, too much. So I would say 1. It's similar to the bike rides, right? When we were doing 5, 6, it got to a point where like everything, it started dying out. Then we started moving them down to 5. Now we're down to 3, and we're picking up back the participants. So I just don't want to see, again, the resources, not only from the committee members, but funding to show up to these meetings, and, they're just not successful. That's all. But I like the idea, but I would counter to once per year.
My hesitation with one is that you could set it up where one is at the beginning of the year, one at the end, and then by that point, that will usually be, I think, a better way to getting more attention, just because, that leaves a lot of time in between for things to happen that might motivate them to come forward at these meetings. But perhaps then maybe the goal should be, let me turn it over to my colleagues and hear what they think about the two ideas proposed by the Vice Mayor and myself. Anyone want to opine? Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for bringing your thoughts. I actually had an MBI that talked about trying to move these things, and that's when I was told your committee does these. I believe 2 makes sense. I was very clear with my conversations with staff and up here, 4 is too much. I do believe 4 is too much. Going to 1, though, I think we should give it a shot. When's the last time you guys tried the meeting, the HOA meeting?
I would probably say 2 or 3 years ago.
Right. So, I think we got to give it a shot, and that's on us too. And I remember standing there on blasting and things, telling prior councils, hey guys, you guys got to get involved too and try to push for our committee. So that's on us too, to try to push for these HOAs to come out. And when you set the meetings up, that we got to reach out to them. Hey, this is a good committee. This is a good meeting. This is a good opportunity for you guys to go and try to have people from up here also tell the associations to go. I think the association and contact association is pretty important. They're the most local form of government, right? I like the mayor's idea of going to 2, see how it goes. If you still think, or we'll see the results. Right. And if it doesn't happen, come back to us. I'm happy to change it. I don't want to get rid of it altogether. If 2 is too many, then we can try 1. I know Doral has like an HOA. I don't want to call it festival, but sort of like what some of the other committees do, and you can bring vendors, law firms that do HOA fair. Maybe we should start that and then as the first one, see if it goes great, and come back and say, let's just do an HOA fair once a year.
Sounds like a fun group.
But the Doral one I heard had good attendance. Obviously, Doral is a much larger community, but let's get creative. I don't want to get rid of it. I want to work with you. I agree 4 is too many. I don't want to put that on you guys. I agree that will dilute attendance, but I like the mayor's idea of 2.
Councilman Fernandez.
Standing previously as chair of a committee, I like to err and give you the right to run the committee as you think it's best for the community and for the committee members. But I do think that I just disagree with you. I think 2, I think give it a shot. Give it a shot at 2. You're cutting it in half. I know that there's and I remember they weren't great turnouts, even when I was chair. But I think that because it hasn't happened in a long time, and I think it is important. I was sad to see it, you were going to request to cut it completely. So I think if we cut it to 2, give it a shot and see how it works.
Mr. Mayor. Well, before I go to you, Councilman Garcia, or Councilman Sanchez, do any of you want to opine on this?
Yes, I do.
Councilman Sanchez.
So I think 2 is the right number. With regards to communication and HOA meetings that are occurring and how to reach out to them, I know some of us up here on the dais have been attending HOA meetings, and the schedules that were provided to us aren't always very accurate. So when I do go to those meetings, sometimes at Mary Collins are having 3 HOA meetings in the same night, and I'm able to update it and send it to the staff. But we can also help you reach out to those HOAs and get updated names for their board and everything like that, so that we can reach out. Don't think that at any moment any committee, including NIC, is alone in communicating efforts and constituent services. You're not. We're here to help, and I believe 2 is the right number. 4 is too many. Maybe 1 ideally right before hurricane season to get, HOAs, maybe not even just HOAs, but even our residents ready for hurricane season, along with another one, at another point of the year, maybe the beginning of the year or something to get them ready for what's to come and changes in the code and everything like that. But 2, I do believe is the right number, and we do have, different things that we can do to help communicate with HOAs.
So I have a question, if I might. Do we know if the staff, question to the manager, do we know if we have an updated list for the H contacts? Because
Yes.
we do have one.
We asked the clerk's office to handle that, and they are now putting the final touches on an updated list, so, but obviously it's a dynamic list, right? Because today,
Right.
tomorrow, somebody can resign from and then
Correct.
we're back to, we're gonna have something that's gonna be missing or wrong. But she has done it with input from a lot of different sources, from committees and from the elected officials and the HOAs themselves and staff. So we have as good of a list as we can, so we should be able to release that to all the interested parties soon, or tomorrow.
Okay, so my follow-up question to that is, do you have also management contact information, register agents to those HOAs? And to add up, do we get those updated lists from SunBiz, or how do we obtain it? Because that was the biggest challenge, just so you know. And yes, some of the councilmen at the time would help us, but still, we were hitting a brick wall in getting that attendance. So
Some of them we have, some of them we do not have.
Okay.
So there's 2 or 3 of these management companies that are very prevalent throughout Miami Lakes. So we should have the majority of them, and we have very good, accurate information for those. There may be a straggler that is an oddball, an outlier that we don't have. So we'll have to work together to update that.
Right. And that being said, I'm okay with the proposed 2, just in keeping in mind that it is a collaboration, right? It's not just the NIC, but you guys as well have to do your part in promoting, and when you do go, get these topics and figure it out. I have no problem in giving that a shot, but please keep that in mind, because again, I don't want to see it go, and just because it's not under the resolution, that doesn't mean we can still not have these meetings, right? Just, making them mandatory just kind of puts that restriction on us and allocates the resources elsewhere where we're needed the most.
Mr. Vice Mayor, and then I'll go ahead and make a motion.
I believe it. Didn't Claudio Garcia have?
I didn't.
No?
Did you raise your hand?
No? Okay, I'm sorry. Then I thought he had. Well, first of all, Rudy, I tried. I tried getting rid of them for you. But I just wanted to point out, and I think it was just misspeaking by you. If it's going to be 2 meetings a year, having a meeting at the beginning and at the end of the year puts them together.
Correct.
So one at the beginning and one in the middle.
Yeah. No. Well, I'm not gonna tell them. I'm not gonna mandate in the resolution when it happens. But my point was just to do. Okay. Yes. Correct. I misspoke. But it was intended in terms of just separate it with a certain amount of time. And that way you can go ahead and get the feedback at different points.
And the perfect time is right after legislation, right? Once all these legislations is done, that will probably be the perfect time to do one specifically, right, that addresses
like a legislative update, kind of thing.
You can use. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Through the chair.
Unbelievable.
I apologize.
Escort him out, please.
I don't do that usually, but I just wanted
this is not the NIC.
to chime. I wanted to chime in that you can use GRS management as a resource, because she's very in tune with what, and you are too, and I'm sure that you guys together can actually explain to the HOAs what all the anything new that comes from Tallahassee.
Oh, that's not the issue. The issue is getting the people coming, right, showing up for the explanation. But we're okay with those 2, and I like, thank you, Mr. Morera, Councilman Morera, Vice Mayor Morera, of giving us the opportunity to work with our schedules and figure it out when will be the best time to have these meetings.
Excellent. So with that, I'm going to move to go ahead and amend the NIC resolution.
I'll second.
To provide for 2 meetings of the associations as opposed to the current quarterly meetings.
I'll second.
Seconded. Any further discussion?
Just a point of clarification. Do we need a written resolution?
It'll come back to us. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the attorneys will
There's
draft
one in
it.
your packet, but I recommend that we bring you back.
Yes, it's going to come back to us. And yeah, we just got to keep moving because we got a lot to cover through tonight, and we have still 2 special presentations as well. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Anything else?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, let's go quickly.
I'm moving.
Mayor, before we leave the resolution, because they had struck through in the recommended resolution to strike through town residency, so I'd like for them to speak to that if was their intent.
No, the striking
For
part.
membership, for sitting, for a committee member.
Either way, my motion was specific to the quarterly meetings with the association.
No, I know, but they have in the packet.
But if it wasn't in the motion, then it doesn't matter.
Okay.
And just point of clarification, that is just resolution 15 dash, that's how it was.
Yeah, the only thing you'll be amending where it says quarterly, you'll be doing twice a year.
Yeah.
You're reading the wrong section, Mr. Manager. It's actually right above the crossed out section that they were seeking to repeal.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The next item will be the third from the bottom up, improvements to green space near Northwest 87th Avenue and 141st Street. This is an initiative Mr. Mario Pineda took, and if you switch all the way towards the end, I'm going to go ahead and read the memorandum. It says, the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, NIC, requests permission and motion for the Town of Miami Lakes Council to seek FDOT guidance on how to move forward with a community LED project to enhance the grill. We already talked about that. Part of the other, right. To enhance the green space, which is under the FDOT ownership. See attached plot plan. Our proposal includes adding greenery, landscaping, and other features within support and contributions from the residents who are eager to improve the space. We believe these efforts will help deter inappropriate use of the lot and make it more attractive area for the community.
Point of clarification.
You're recognized.
Just, Mr. Chair, I don't think it was a community LED project. I think it was a community LED project.
Correct.
And this is a completely separate thing from the LED thing
Yes,
that we discussed
100%,
earlier, right?
yes.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm that. And then I know that you guys provided us like the survey. I just don't know what property we're talking about because it shows Northwest 87th Court and then it shows me a street, but I don't know what street that is. So I don't know where we're talking about. Is this the overpass of I-75 at 87th Avenue? Okay. At the what? Okay, thank you. Now I know where we're at. Okay. Sorry, you can continue.
No, but
so what is the community-led project that you guys are asking us for?
Felicia?
Basically, that's an area that is owned by FDOT. It's an open green area. And if you look, I wasn't supposed to talk about this, but basically it's an area that was, people were parking cars there to sell, and so it was brought to our attention to beautify that area. Actually one of the neighbors said, I'll donate the trees because it's looking horrible. So basically that was our intent, but it's owned by a DOT, but we needed guidance. If you read the memo, it's all there.
Well, what I would recommend is to come back to us at the next report for the NIC with more specifics on the details. I'm not expecting you guys to do a rendering, right? But just to have more specific proposals of what you would like us to include as part of this project. And the other part is, what does the committee envision as far as community-led? Is it that there would be sort of like a poll taken?
Not really. The idea, and this was Mario Pinera, but since he resigned to run for office, I took it up on myself. But then when he came back, he was talking to Jeremy from Parks, and he was going to get guidance from him regarding, I guess, FDOT, but it has nothing to do with the bridge. It's just an open area that the neighbors, specifically one neighbor, said, let's beautify this because, it would be nice if we could keep it. And just have maybe landscaping and so forth. Well, we need to come out with a plan.
Yeah,
but we need guidance from Jeremy to see
Well, being that Mario's back on the committee now, let's give him an opportunity then to get with Jeremy, and then once they speak, I'm sure Mario will present something to the committee that you guys will then adopt. but I wouldn't, I would just ask that there be more detail about what kind of project is being envisioned there. So that's what I would say.
Right. The way I envision it, and this is my own personal, it would be like the tot lots that we have on the original Miami Lakes, which is, greenery, benches, maybe something that, will make it nice.
Okay, but I guess we'll wait for Mario then, since he's back on the committee, and, wait for him to speak to Jeremy, and then, we'll proceed from there.
He has.
He has?
Yeah.
So Jeremy, do you know what you guys have talked about? Like what is well actually wait, hold on. So you two have spoken, but what I still don't have is exactly what the committee is proposing for this space in detail. So or did Mario tell you what he'd like?
No, right now at this point, all that we discussed was who has the ownership of the property, what would it entail for us to request to take over. As far as the details of whatever development we're looking at hasn't been discussed. I have heard of all the issues and concerns. We have seen cars for some of the abutting property owners that use it as party parking. So there is some concerns there that we also see on the Parks Department, but we haven't discussed anything.
So then why don't you guys get together with Jeremy to work on a more specific proposal of what can be done there, and maybe Jeremy can even get estimates so that we get as much detail as possible, right? I think that would be the best way to go on that. Thank you, Jeremy. Anything else, Mr. Chair?
Just a point of clarification.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Because to be clear, yes, there's some vagueness as to what exactly they're proposing, but they are requesting guidance from FDOT on how to go about making these requests. And I'm guessing that based on FDOT's feedback that's going to determine what they're requesting, because if it's extremely hard to get FDOT approval for...
They can go through Jeremy on that.
Correct, but okay, so I guess they're asking for our permission, though.
Correct.
So to use our town resources, which
Was
is
that
Jeremy.
something that Gladys said or somebody told you to do, or?
It was told to Mario. That's one of the reasons why we're coming here, to make sure that we're just not spinning our wheels here, and all of a sudden the council says, no, we never approved this, this is not something where we want to go.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want you to be spinning your wheels either, but again, before I support anything, I want to make sure that we have a more clear direction. But if the issue is just, permission to work with Jeremy, then sure, I'll go ahead and move that.
Thank you.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Excellent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Okay, next.
All right, and the last item that I'm going to be talking about is just the budget. The budget is there. Nothing really has changed, but we did on the proposed budget for the next year. We did add it on something on there with regards to golf cart ride. So the same thing that we do with the bike rides, we wanted to incorporate, since the golf community continues to grow at a tremendous speed in our community. I think it's right aligned with the Neighborhood Improvement Committee to at least have, or for the town to sponsor once a year. So I just want to let you know that you will see that, in the budget for next year. We're not typically the committee to be asking for money. As a matter of fact, we always try the same and we're cut. But this year, we're going a little outside of our comfort zone, and we just ask for your support when the time comes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for your time and your commitment to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Again, very close to me since, I was one of the original chairs. But thank you all. Okay? Oh, wait, there's more?
No, I was just going to say thank you.
Okay,
Good
I was going
night.
to say, like, Rudy, come on, bro. All right, Matt, you're up. Mr. Matthew Casamayor, the chair of the Economic Development Committee. I know, we really do got to get moving. So.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Don't worry about it. For your sake and for mine, I'm a little under the weather, so I'll be a little quick. Well, good evening, guys. How's everyone doing? Just real quick, I guess I'll go through the report really brief. It's just going to be some quick stuff, and then at the end, there's a small little request, I guess, and then we'll see how that plays out. But when it comes to the general working of the EDC, things have been going pretty well. As you guys saw the past few months, we were working with Felicia, she's gone, and the Cultural Affairs Committee doing the, she's sitting over there, doing the Main Street Lives, and they've been pretty well. Got a great turnout. It was honestly a great boon to the town, and I was a big fan of it. It was awesome seeing all the kids, exactly like I was back in the day, enjoying it. So that was great to see. The business networking socials with the chamber have been going great. I know you guys participate and join in a lot. We've been doing them more often now, once a month with the new chamber president, Ray Palacios. He's been going, It's been going really, really well. Even when we're not directly participating, they're nice enough to include us on the sponsorship, so the town really feels like it's involved in participating. So we've got another one coming up now in next week, actually. It's on the 25th at Dr. Limon, so if you guys are available, feel free. Our small business boot camp is coming up in a few months. It's going to be our third year doing it. We're happy to say it's kind of become a mainstay, and we're looking forward to it. We get a lot of good feedback, positive feedback from it. The only thing that we really want to see is more attendance. We usually get around 50 to 60 people, so we want to see that increase. We think a new location will help. We did it the first year here in the Chambers. Second year was Ana G. Mendez. That was last year, and then now we're trying to find another one. Maybe we might come back here, so I might be requesting from you guys again. The only, I guess, negative of this year has been slight issues with quorum, but we make up for it pretty quickly. So, like, for example, this month we didn't have quorum, but we met last night, so I could have everything prepped for today and have the budget and everything set up. So we make do, we make it work. All right, cool. Now for the interesting part. So earlier on in the year, we voted to cancel this, or not voted yet, but we discussed that we were going to vote now, because this is when the contract ends, to cancel this service called Local Intel. It's a software right now that the town pays for through the EDC that's on the website. And I'll read real quick what it's for, just so everybody's understands. So this is straight from their website. Local Intel's insights and interactive data visualization tools throughout your website will communicate your location's advantages more effectively, keep people engaged on your website longer, and share critical data business needs, right? And this is coming out of our marketing line item in our budget. It's about $12,000 to $10,000. I think it's $12,000 a year, $10,000 a year, and it basically eats up our entire marketing budget. So since I've been chair, this is now my third year. In the first couple of years, this had just been implemented. We were trying to see how it played out. The first year I was there, we didn't really make use of it. We decided to, go into it skeptical the second year. The second year, we used it even less, especially for what it's meant for, which is marketing and bringing in outside business to the town. We just never really used it, and it just kind of lives there on the town's website. We never pushed it. We tried pushing it, but it never really got the traction that we wanted. And most people that do come into the town, when we would do all the ribbon cuttings that we go to, they'd never heard of it. They had heard of and done business in the town for a plethora of other reasons.
They're already basically familiar with the town, so
exactly.
If they're choosing to do business here, it's because they're familiar with the area and everything.
Exactly. So, the common story. Oh, from Hialeah, I wanted to move up, now I'm in my lakes. That's always what we would hear.
I'll go ahead and I'll move to grant the committee's request. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded. Is there any discussion on this issue? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes
All right,
have
cool.
it. The motion carries.
All right, well,
Next.
thanks, guys.
That's
it for that.
The only thing I will say that for the next report, please remember to include the attendance roster. Okay,
Gotcha.
Because that is part of the new rules.
Gotcha.
We do wanna see the attendance roster.
Yeah, I was listening to that last night as well.
Yeah.
But gotcha. Yeah, we were just a little, like I said, flustered from yesterday, having to do everything kind of quick, but
Okay.
I got you guys on the next one.
Thank you.
All right, cool.
That's
Mayor.
it?
Mayor.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a good night.
Matthew, before you leave, Mayor, just as a point of information, that agreement with Local Intel, it's supposed to renew now in July, right? So we're timely. We think there's supposed to also be a 60-day cancellation, but since the new one hasn't gone into effect, we should be able to just not renew the new contract. But there's a little quirk in there, and I just wanted
All right. So use
kind
your
of
best efforts.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
we'll try and see what we can do to be able to get out of that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you let me know if you need anything
Well,
from me.
thank you very much.
Alrighty,
So
guys.
now we're finally arriving at special presentations. We're going to begin with the Miami-Dade Commission on Women. Welcome, Madam Chair.
Good evening, Mayor Dieguez, what was Vice Mayor Morera, fellow councilmen. My name is Josephine Novo, and I am the proud legislative chair and District 13 appointee to the Miami-Dade County Commission for Women. It is a pleasure to be here with you all tonight. Thank you so much, Mayor Dieguez, for the invitation, and Councilman Sanchez for putting us on the agenda. This report is something that we typically only present before the Board of County Commissioners, and so it's a unique and very special treat to be here before a municipal council to share our findings with all of you. With that being said, let's get into it. So the CDOT report is the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women.
I'm sorry, Josie, one second. Madam Clerk, do they have the PowerPoint ready to go? Do they have the PowerPoint ready to go for her? Okay, excellent. There you go.
Perfect.
Just wanted to make sure it was ready.
This one?
No, the PowerPoint ready to go is for the next presentation, for the next speakers.
Well, again, she had sent it to us before, so it should be there. I don't know if it was received. It didn't go to JV. It went to you and to myself.
Let me see.
If anything, I could do without the PowerPoint.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
It's fine.
Go ahead.
In September of 2015, the Board of County Commissioners enacted an ordinance adopting the convention and its principles, as well as the International Women's Rights Treaty, first adopted by the United Nations in 1979, and now by 189 of the 194 member nations. As a result, Miami-Dade County has made a steadfast commitment to being proactive about the status of women in our communities. Part of this commitment is our partnership with Florida International University in creating the annual Status of Women report. This report takes a look at 4 key areas: women's economic opportunity, safety, health, and education. Based on these findings, as well as input from key community stakeholders, we outline 3 policy areas with recommendations for the Board of County Commissioners, and now that we share with all of you. Which brings me to our first topic this evening: violence against women. In the last year, we've seen several concerning figures surrounding violence against women. We've seen an 84.7% increase in rape from one year to the next, over 300 more domestic violence cases, and 286 forcible sex offenses. This is why the Commission for Women recommended that the county open 2 new Coordinated Victims Assistance Centers, or CVAC centers, to assist in underserved areas to be identified by the administration. Second, that we launch a multimedia marketing campaign to advertise these 2 new locations, as well as raise awareness for CVAC centers as a whole. Nobody can benefit from these resources if nobody knows they exist. Lastly, we support the proposed changes to the domestic leave policy as proposed by the Domestic Violence Oversight Board. These proposed changes would give assistance to those seeking help, provide paid leave, and awareness training for employees and supervisors. Now, right about now, you might be asking yourself, well, Josie, this is all fine and dandy, but these are county recommendations. What does this apply to us over here at the town of Miami Lakes? Well, I'll tell you, and I'll tell you that several of these recommendations actually can be applied right here in your town. First off, the CVAC centers provide a myriad of different health resources, not just victims assistance. So the implementation of a similar facility here in Miami Lakes would serve to directly target your population and give back to your community. Second, when the county does launch this multimedia marketing campaign, you all can assist in spreading the word. You have a direct line to the residents of this area, and so you can better facilitate the communication of this new resource. Lastly, the domestic leave violence policies can be adjusted to your own leave policies for your residents and for your employees here at the town of Miami Lakes. Moving on to our next area, Black maternal mortality. We identified that only 57% of Black women receive adequate prenatal care. They are 3 times as more likely to go through maternal mortality, and they have the highest infant mortality rate of any group. So once again, how does this apply to Miami Lakes? After all, you don't really have much of a significant Black population. Well, across the board, we're seeing that maternal mortality is a problem. These numbers are concerning, not just for a first world country, but for a metropolitan county such as ours. And so this is why our recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, a maternal health fair, which would bring together local partners and resources for prenatal and postnatal delivery assistance, would also do very well in the Miami Lakes area. Lastly, the CDAW has identified women's economic opportunity and the wage gap as an area of need for the women of our communities. There is currently an 18% wage gap amongst full-time working women as opposed to their male counterparts. This is a 5% increase from 2011. On average, a full-time working woman makes a salary of $41,454, whereas a man makes $50,577 a year. That's $9,123 less per year. We've also found that this disparity persists even amongst county employees, with a 16.7% wage gap. The average median pay for a female county employee is $64,522 compared to a man's median pay of $77,446. That's $13,000 less per year. This is why we recommended that the county conduct a comprehensive analysis of its workforce and payments, not just to find where disparities exist, but why they persist. The goal is to identify why this issue keeps occurring and to create a comprehensive roadmap for internal correction across departments and leadership levels. So once again, for the last time, say with me, how does this have anything to do with Miami Lakes? Well, you guys can implement the exact same policy report over here in the town of Miami Lakes, looking at your workforce. And if a disparity does exist, you can create internal correction roadmaps so that you can help close the wage gap. Helping some of the women of our community is a great step to helping all of the women of our community. And as we close the wage gap here in Miami Lakes, and we close it in other areas, Westchester, Hialeah, what have you, we close the overall wage gap in Miami-Dade County and in our country. So I would like to thank, once again, Mayor Dieguez for the opportunity, Councilman Sanchez, and all of you for your time, your attention. We look forward to collaborating with the town of Miami Lakes in the future, and I'm here for any questions if you have any. With that, we've concluded this year's CDAW report. Thank you.
That was an excellent presentation. Very well done. You know, from memory, I noticed most of it. So,
Yeah.
you know, you must be becoming a pro at this. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to see if they have any questions.
Yeah.
Councilman Sanchez.
With regards to the CVAC centers, where are they located?
So
and,
we
at
see
least
them-
in vicinity of the Miami Lakes.
Yes, so we see them mainly in the South districts. You have one in Commissioner McGee's district, and the other one is located in Bastiennes. And so right now we're advocating for 2 more locations because there's only 2 of them in the entire county. So that's not quite equitable, it's not accessible, and so it's very needed. And like I said, they provide a myriad of different health resources, such as checkups, pap smears, things even for men, right? Just a basic health checkup. So these are important resources, and it's great if we can open similar facilities or more CVAC centers in Miami Lakes and across Miami-Dade.
Good to know. Thank you.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, and great report. And
Thank
it's
you.
Impressive. And your statistics on maternal health issues is something I think it needs to be discussed more. And it's an issue in this country, and shocking for, you know, a city like us with so much medical access and great doctors in the country. So I appreciate you bringing that forward, and just great report. So I appreciate you.
Thank
and
you. I
hopefully
appreciate
you go in front of other municipalities as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This report is the labor of love of myself and our board, and I'd like to very much quickly thank them, as well as our executive director, Rose Martin, that facilitate this every year. Without them, none of this would be possible.
Anyone else? Councilman Garcia.
Just quickly, thank you through the chair. Amazing report. I just want to say that, you know, the difference in salaries between men and women kind of shocked me. And I know the town is currently going through making sure that our employees are being paid at market rate. And I would just add to that, if the manager can make sure that, males and females in our town are being, being paid equally. And I know we strive to do that, but just to make sure we're at that level that we, equal pay for equal work. So thank you for bringing that up, and it was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, do you want to add anything?
I can't add any more than what they said. You've impressed me with that memory of yours.
Thank you.
I
I always try and memorize my speeches.
Keep up that good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much, and I know that I will be in touch with you soon to actually make some of these partnerships happen.
That would be
but
great.
thank you for taking the time to come all the way up here.
Thank you. You have my number. I'll be
Yes.
expecting you.
Well, thank you all. With that, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Betancourt from CITT to go ahead for his presentation.
Thank you. Prepare to be much less impressed. That's a hard act to follow.
IT.
And I will not be doing it from memory. I apologize. Good evening. I think at this point, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager, and team. Again, Javier Betancourt, Executive Director of the Citizens Independent Transportation Trust. With me today, we have one of our board members in the District 13 appointment to our board, David Marin.
How did that happen?
Member Marin?
I'm just kidding.
It's a schizophrenic town resident, representative of the commissioner, and also board member of CITT.
He wears 3 very important hats. Also with me today is Mariana Price. She's our municipal program manager and is the person that really works the most closely with your amazing team here at the city on your use of the half-penny fund. So that includes, and I forgot to put my glasses on. Let's see. So quick shout out to Susana Alonso, Olivia Schock, Justin Telleria, and Kay Grant. All of whom work very closely with our office and do magnificent work. By the way, so thank you for having me on your agenda. I am really happy to be here because I am a Laker for life. I was born and raised in this community, lived off of Lake George Court and Loch Ness Drive, and went to Miami Lakes Elementary, Middle, and HML, class of 95, 30-year reunion. Go Trojans. So really, this is a special treat for me, so thank you. So let's see. I do have a PowerPoint, and it's up. So a little over 20 years ago, many of you weren't of age to vote, but if your parents voted, they saw this on their ballot, and it was a question posed to the voters on whether they would increase their increase their sales tax by a half penny from 6.5% to 7%, with that half penny being dedicated to a series of transportation projects, programs, and services under the banner of People's Transportation Plan, PTP. So that item passed. What you probably can't read, because it's in small print, is at the end of that referendum language, it also created the Citizens Independent Transportation Trust to be a watchdog over the funds and to make sure that the promises that were made to the people were implemented. It's important to note that we are not Miami-Dade Transit or Public Works. We are not FDOT. We're not even the TPO. We're strictly focused on being a watchdog over the funds and making sure that the citizens get what they paid for. So our mission, to be a little more precise, is to oversee, investigate, review, audit the use of surtax proceeds and the implementation of the People's Transportation Plan. We are governed by a 15-member board of volunteers. You just met one. But we also have appointees from the other 12 county commissioners, the mayor, and the League of Cities. They are supported by me and my team. And by the way, we do have several vacancies on the trust, not in this district in particular, but if anyone is ever interested in applying to be a member, we will accept applications and keep them on file for when a vacancy does occur. You can't be an elected official, you can't be running for office, you can't have a financial conflict of interest with the county, and if you are a commission appointee, you have to live in that district. So please apply. You can find us at miamidade.gov/CITT. As I said, me and my team support the volunteer work of the board. We won't go into this. One of our primary functions is to audit the county and the cities on their use of funds to ensure that you are spending your money appropriately and on eligible uses. So by the way, I don't think we've ever had a problem with the town of Miami Lakes. You use your money well, but we try to audit the cities on a irregular basis every 3 to 5 years. Not sure where we are with Miami Lakes, but Mariana will talk about that in a second. So enough about us. Let's talk about the money. A half penny may not seem like a lot, but it adds up to the tune of now over $5 billion since its inception, and we're collecting roughly $400 million a year in this little half penny sales tax. 2/3 of that does go to Miami-Dade Transit. A little less than 10% goes to the Public Works side of their shop for roadway type of projects. 20% from the very beginning has been distributed to the municipalities. 33 of our 34 municipalities participate. Indian Creek Village doesn't feel like they need our money. That's fine. More for the rest of you. But that gets distributed to the cities on a pro rata basis, so by population. Big cities like Miami get the bulk of the funds. Smaller cities get less. You have to then use 20%, I should say, a minimum of 20% of what you get as a city on transit. You can use upwards of 80% on other transportation improvements, roadway, bike ped. Over time, many cities are now using a larger and larger percentage towards transit because that's what the people seem to be demanding.
Before you continue, for the PTP 80 then, that 80%, it's for roadway projects. Is redoing the drainage on some of those roadways, would that be a permissible use of the funds or no?
It depends. If there's a larger roadway project and drainage is a part of it, it can be. If it's strictly a drainage project, it may not be.
No, of course, that's how I meant it, in terms of there was part of a larger drainage project. I believe, a larger roadway project.
I believe it is. There are a lot of gray areas in this. We always seek our county attorney's opinions before we answer matter-of-factly.
It would, and again, I just want to clarify that it would be incidental to the road project, not that it would be the focus of the project. But okay, just wanted to
I believe it is in that case.
All right, thank you.
But take that with a grain of salt, please. So over time, again, this is what's been collected. The only 2 dips in that sales tax, incidentally, have been during the Great Recession, no surprise there, and more recently during the Great Pandemic. Every other year, by and large, the sales tax has gone up. We certainly hope that continues. That benefits all of us. We'll skip this. Okay, so if you're really into the numbers, if you kind of want to geek out on this stuff, we have a 40-year pro forma that shows every penny going in, every penny going out over 40 years. It's on our website. I won't get into it in detail. Okay, so enough about the money. Now let's talk about what people really care about is where's the money gone? So a lot of promises were made 20 plus years ago. As it turns out, too many promises for what that half penny could deliver. But what people tend to remember is that we were going to expand Metro Rail to practically every corner of the county, right? But there were many other promises above and beyond that. Bus service improvements, smaller neighborhood improvements like, simple intersection enhancements, fare-free Metro Mover in downtown, fare-free Golden Passport. So that's for all seniors regardless of income. They get fare-free transit. As I said earlier, 20% to the municipalities from the outset. And the part that people seem to forget is over 40 specific major highway and roadway improvements. Right? So those were the promises, and how's the county and the municipalities, for that matter, how have they done? Well, the municipal program has been fantastic. I think the cities have really done a great job with their share of the funds. As I said, every city at this point provides some kind of transit service. They all started off with those, what we call trolleys or shuttles or circulators that are fixed route. As technology has evolved, many cities, including the town of Miami Lakes, has introduced on-demand service, many through a vendor called Freebie, like you do here. And now we're even tracking micro-mobility, things like electric scooters and e-bikes. So just to talk about what the town itself is doing with their share of funds is Mariana Price, who will cover this next slide.
Good evening, Mariana Price, Municipal Program Manager. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. So about the town of Miami Lakes, are my liaisons here, Olivia and Susana, and now Justin and Kay. They've always been very good liaisons and supporters of submitting compliance documents on time, early. Town of Miami Lakes has never caused me any heartburn. I'm always very confident, and I've actually turned to them many times to give presentations because they're both really good presenters, Olivia and Susana. So let's talk a little bit about the ridership. Town of Miami Lakes switched from a fixed route circulator to an on-demand circulator a few years back, as you know. I kind of miss the mover that you guys used to have. It was kind of cute. But yeah, so now you've moved on to the Freebie, and ridership last year was 33,300 basically. As of quarters 1 and 2 this fiscal year, it's 15,000, almost 16,000. And in terms of surtax funds received, you received 1.9 million last year, but you spent 2.9. So you guys go above and beyond. You have a lot of credits in terms of, surtax funds that you've spent, and you spend them well. So thank you.
Thank you, and of course, keep up the great work. I'm going to plug along here. So most of the roadway projects that were promised were delivered by the county, and as those finish, we're really trying to focus on transit moving forward at the county. Which is the county's greatest need and where we're furthest behind. But I do want to point out one roadway-related project that is countywide and probably does impact you here in Miami Lakes, and that is an investment in advanced traffic management system technology. It's a very fancy term for smart signals, right? So we have antiquated traffic signals throughout the county. They're on an old-fashioned timer. They're not adapting to real-time traffic conditions. This investment in this hardware and the software and a traffic control center will allow for more real-time adaptation of those traffic signals to adjust for on-the-ground conditions. So that is being phased in. The county did have some trouble with their last vendor, so they've had to switch vendors, so it is a little behind. But the focus really has been on transit services. We have replaced all the fleets. The cities, of course, are implementing trolleys and on-demand service. They did expand the Metro Rail to the airport. That is the one expansion of Metro Rail that's taken place, and the only one. And then we've also invested in Tri-Rail and Brightline stations. And in the Brightline stations, it was with the hope that hopefully will soon come to fruition of a commuter rail line along those same tracks, something we'll talk about in a second. Enhanced bus fleet, the reality is, we never really expanded the bus system significantly. However, the county has gone back and improved it, streamlined it through something called the Better Bus Network. That has impacted practically every municipality. Not everyone loved the changes that were made. So if you have had issues with the bus routes in your community, I know DTPW is open to feedback and amending some of the changes they made that maybe didn't work out as well as they had hoped, right? So hopefully you're in constant contact with them about those issues. Metro Rail Station, again, this service has been in place for some time. Not as well utilized as I think people hope, but that is in part because it's not well promoted. The county is severely underfunded, and so the first thing they do is cut marketing and cut promotion, focus on core services. As a result, I don't think we get as much usage of that as we should. However, many of the other quarters that were promised never came to fruition, but the county and ourselves have not given up. So enter something called the SMART plan now, Strategic Miami Area Rapid Transit Plan. So this is now the plan to finally deliver on those rapid transit expansions throughout the county. And I'll go through them very quickly. You have the South Corridor, Beach Corridor, East-West Corridor, Kendall Corridor, Northeast Corridor, and North Corridor. We'll start with the South because this one actually is very exciting because it's about to open late summer, early fall. This is going to be Gold Standard Bus Rapid Transit, or BRT, along South Dixie Highway from Dayland South to Florida City. So this is going to be the first rapid transit expansion since the Metro Rail expansion to the airport, and we're all very excited about this. It is a bus, but it's a bus that's going to act very much like a train. Mm-hmm. Level boarding, beautiful stations that are actually air-conditioned, if you could believe that, prepaid fares, and they won't have to stop at intersections. They're going to have traffic preemption, and of course, they're in a dedicated lane. So they won't be stuck in traffic. The Beach Corridor, you may have heard in the past as Baylink. This is a proposed Metro Mover extension from downtown to Miami Beach, and then another extension from the mainland up to the design district. This is still in planning, design, and engineering. The East-West Corridor, as we know, many people live west and travel east to go to work. Anyone who's ever been on the Dolphin Expressway can testify to the traffic congestion there. We desperately need transit connecting west to east. This was proposed to be BRT on the 836 itself. The county has since taken a step back and is examining other alternatives, whether that's using the current CSX rail lines or perhaps running Metro Mover on Flagler Street. The Kendall Corridor, another community that desperately needs some kind of traffic relief. This was also slated to be bus rapid transit. This has been kind of set to the side, and that is because they can't take a lane of traffic. It's bad enough as it is. And there really aren't a lot of great solutions if you can't do that. So while FDOT studies some other things, they've kind of set this aside for now. Northeast Corridor. So this is the next one that is most likely to happen after the South Corridor. The tracks are already there. The idea is to take the Bright Line tracks and the existing stations, add an additional 3 to 5 stations in between Aventura and downtown Miami, and then run a complementary commuter rail line, something more like Tri-Rail than Bright Line, which is affordable and which stops at those many stations. So the good news is all the funding has kind of been aligned. The state, the federal government, and locally at the CITT have all agreed to help fund this. They're just negotiating with all the different parties. The North Corridor, this has been a long-promised extension of Metro Rail from the MLK station up 27th Avenue to the Broward County line. This is probably the one that comes closest to your community. Unfortunately, it's probably the one that's going to be the most difficult to achieve because they have selected Metro Rail. Metro Rail is really expensive and takes a long time to build, and frankly, the funding isn't there today to make that happen. This is going to require a very large share of federal funding, and they simply haven't committed to that, and I don't know that they will anytime soon. So stay tuned on the North Corridor. We've also invested in several park and ride facilities throughout the county. Won't go into that. This I put up just to make you hungry because I know it's late at night and no one's eaten. But really at the end of the day, the old methodology of funding transit doesn't work anymore. It's not enough to have federal and state government grants. We need to look at multiple layers of funding to make these things a reality. Whether it's public-private partnerships or tax increment finance districts or special assessments or tolls, the county's exploring all these different opportunities. Finally, additional areas of focus for ours. First, last mile is really important. It doesn't matter what you build in terms of rapid transit. If people can't get to the station or from the station to where they're going easily, they're not going to use it. Improving the customer experience, equally important. People aren't going to use it if it's not safe, if it's not reliable, if it doesn't perform well, if it's not clean. Enhancing county municipal connectivity. We don't have one transit system in Miami. We have 37. We have Miami-Dade Transit, we have Tri-Rail, we have Brightline, and we have 34 cities all doing their own individual things. That doesn't work for the end user. We have to connect those things better. And finally, community engagement. The reason I'm here today, and I've now presented to most of the cities in the county, is I believe that people deserve to know what's happening with their tax dollars, right? There's a lot of misinformation out there. So we're constantly doing this. I launched a podcast a couple years ago where we talk about mobility and transportation. I have a couple of amazing guests, and the mayor and the manager who are slated to be on the program on July 24th. So make sure you stay tuned for that. That podcast is on every other Thursday from 9:30 to 10:30. And again, it's just about getting information out to the public. And finally, the CITT Ambassador Program. We actually enlist writers of the systems, both the county systems and the municipal systems, to volunteer to be our ambassador and be our eyes and ears. They get access to an app. Every time they submit feedback or an observation, they get points for doing that, and they can exchange those points for mobility rewards, free Uber, free Lyft, free transit passes. So a really popular program. We're up to 200 ambassadors. We'd like to get to 300. We would love people who use the city system to become ambassadors. So please help us spread the word. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I know you have a lot more to go and are probably getting hungry for lasagna. So,
Thank you for the presentation. Any comments, questions? Councilmember
Through the
Sanchez,
chair.
you're recognized.
With regards to the automated traffic signals, Miami Lakes, we have one main artery that goes from east to west, Miami Lakes Drive. And there are times where this calibration of the lights on Miami Lakes Drive get out of sync, and that can cause headaches for our residents. What can we do for occurrences like that happen to expedite the process to get them synced back up to the way that they need to be to facilitate traffic for our residents?
first of all, these investments are going to help, right? The new hardware, the software, the traffic control center. There are people who will be manning, cameras or this room, looking at cameras where these issues take place and being able to adjust, immediately and address that problem immediately. In the interim, while we wait for those new systems to be put in place, I would just say there are people at DTPW that manage these traffic signals, and just having a direct line of communication with them so that you can communicate with them the second somebody sees that or experiences that, and they can resolve it immediately, because they can't always tell until they hear from someone, right? And I don't know if your team already has that connection to those folks. If not, we can certainly help to make an introduction.
Yeah.
PPTW.
Yes, we established it because they kept coming into our town and making changes without even notifying us or consulting us. And we had a big Zoom meeting with Chief Jimmy Morales, with the director of
Mayor
DPW. Even the mayor was involved. So, and we finally got that straightened out, that they committed to not making unilateral changes to our synchronization of traffic signals without consulting us, because like the council member says, we only have one route, east to west. So we're completely landlocked by expressways, and if that thing messes up, because sometimes they start feeding and allowing cars off the Palmetto to have preference, and then our cars are bumper to bumper on the ground streets. So
I understand. We experienced it coming here today. So we know.
And then with regards to that program, is there a projected date as to when the implementation is going to start taking place? And is there how is the priority of which streets are going to be the ones first implemented with those lights?
I'm not that knowledgeable about it, so we'll ask the department and get you that information.
Okay.
So timeline and prioritization.
Yes.
We'll get that to you.
And hopefully Miami Lakes is number one on that priority list.
Out of my control. Maybe a commissioner's office can help with that.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Garcia and then Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director, for making the presentation very informative. Yeah, absolutely. What Councilman Sanchez was saying, 154th has been our biggest headaches for years. So anything you can do to help us out in that, get us on that priority list, maybe a pilot program, use us as a pilot program, right, to get that going.
There was a pilot program that showed a lot of success early on. That was, I guess, phase one. Now they've gone to a different vendor and are focused on the remaining phases. I will tell you this, one argument you can make as the town of Miami Lakes is, if you noticed on that rapid transit map, you're not on it. Many parts of the county are getting rapid transit and you're not. And so maybe that could be something you could use. Say, listen, if we're not getting rapid transit, put us higher on the list for these traffic signal improvements. Just a thought.
That's great. That's wonderful. Also, just to dovetail on what you're saying about freebie, a lot of our neighborhood municipalities use freebie as well. Is there any way to coordinate with them to make the freebie, make sure we have our level of service maintain high, but also increase the area where a freebie can go from Hialeah to Miami Lakes to Hialeah Gardens, things like that, without, lowering our the service levels?
Excellent question. Number one of the roles we provide is in getting the municipalities together to talk to each other. We have quarterly meetings with all the cities. Your team participates, and we encourage precisely that collaboration, cross-jurisdictional service. So I can tell you, for instance, Hialeah and Hialeah Gardens run a service together. So does Miami Springs and Virginia Gardens. We'd like to see more municipalities do that, because at the end of the day, your residents are just trying to get from one place to another. They don't care who's running what service, and it's hard for them to do it if you're not crossing each other's boundaries. So we certainly encourage you to reach out to your adjacent municipalities and find ways to partner. The current county ordinance allows those on-demand services to go for 5 miles. It doesn't say it has to be within your boundaries. It really doesn't matter. So in many cases, many cities are running their services, whether it be the trolley or their on-demand, outside of their boundaries to connect to their neighbors. And again, we encourage it. We do have a study right now that we commissioned that's looking at transportation management associations. These are nonprofits that can be formed in specific geographic areas that pull in not only their public sector providers, but also private sector and nonprofit players. Everybody, puts a little skin in the game, and you actually, are able to coordinate and maybe even fund services collectively. So we may be running a pilot down in South Miami and Coral Gables around that concept. And if you're interested, we would certainly love to talk to you about how you might also, form a TMA here that we could also invest in. So
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned for
Appreciate
that. The study hasn't been finalized, but it will be soon.
Councilman Fernandez.
I'll be real brief, thank you. Great presentation. I think you sold yourself short. It was actually a great presentation.
Thank you.
So I learned recently that the funds that actually we run our freebie service is from the CITT. I didn't know that, and I was able to sit down with our transportation group, Susana and Justin. And the only thing that I think we're going to go out hopefully soon for an RFP, because I think that there's now some competition in that market where before it was just freebie, really, and now there's other players that are in the game. I do think that and Susana was gracious enough to do the math, and I think that it was the cost per ride was a little bit higher than what I would like to see, and I think she also shared that sentiment. So I hope that we can save the town money and the county money if we can get it lower and just be able to save us money.
So the other study that we commissioned that is being finalized as we speak is we did a municipal contracting study. And we looked at every single municipal contract for all of our cities for both on fixed route and on-demand service. And that's information that we provide to the city, so you could see what your fellow municipalities are doing, what they're being charged. Is there a better deal out there? So it's all a matter of sharing with you the best practices so that you could potentially bring your cost down or your service up. So we'll be releasing that shortly. I think we even included this time a boilerplate contract language that kind of pulls together all the best practices. So, that would be a great resource for your town.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, Director Betancourt, thank you very much for visiting us.
Thank you all
Welcome
very
back
much.
home, and thank you for being here. And
My
I'm
pleasure.
sure we'll be in touch with some more items. Again, maybe this is a better question for the TPO, but it is my understanding, and David, maybe you can also speak to this, that there was a study recently approved by the TPO with respect to connectivity to I-75 on the west side. Do you know anything about that?
I do not. I apologize.
That's okay. Well, I just wanted to ask, right? You never know until you ask. But thank you so much.
No,
All right?
my
Bye.
pleasure.
Thank you so
My
much for
pleasure.
being here. All
Go Trojans.
Yeah, yes. All right, Council, we're now on the consent calendar. Well, actually, wait, before we take up the consent calendar, 12C, which was pulled by the Vice Mayor. Therefore, Mr. Vice Mayor, you are recognized.
Yeah, so during my agenda briefing, the manager did inform me that this is an item that was already raised to us last month. It was already approved. However, the reason it's in front of us again is because the number was off. Last month, it showed it as 210,000. This month, it shows it as 225. I only wanted, before we approved it, for it to be very crystal clear that we are not approving 210 and 225, but rather that this resolution is a replacement for the one that was adopted last month. Other than that, I move the item.
I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
It is moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the consent calendar?
No.
Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is passed. So now that brings us to ordinances on first reading, 13A, parking requirements. Mr. Attorney, please read the ordinance into the record.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to parking regulations, amending Chapter 13 Land Development Code at Article 8, parking requirements, providing for findings of fact, intent, and purpose, providing for regulations, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to turn it over to staff to go ahead and introduce the item. Again, this is 13A, parking requirements.
Good evening. I want to remind you all this is coming from a new business item that happened 3 months ago, where we decided to start looking into EV vehicle requirements that were now looser than, our requirements were now looser than the county requirements. And also we wanted to look into whether our, in a separate business item that wanted to discuss whether our requirements for people with strollers and small children were also looser than the county requirements. The requirements for children in strollers was about the same as the counties, but I did amend it. We're proposing to amend the language to make it exactly consistent with the county. The EV requirement was slightly below, so the language that you have in front of you is exactly matching the counties. If you would like to make it more strict, so to require additional EV vehicles, this is the time to let me know. For now, what is presented in front of you right now is exactly to match the counties.
Turning it over to the council. Anyone want to take the stab at making a motion as to this item?
I'll make a motion. I'll move the item.
Okay, it's been moved by the vice mayor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Sanchez. Let's begin discussion with the vice mayor if he has any.
Sure. Just to understand then, so this adopts new requirements for EVs, which are reflected already in the county's code, and it just applies it to the town. However, is this only for new development, new construction? Like, would an existing business need to now suddenly separate additional parking spots for EVs?
No, not if they're not coming in to, not if they're not coming in to redo their parking area.
Got it.
If they're coming in for a brand new parking area, if they're putting in a new business, new building, in any other way, getting a permit of 50% or more, which requires new compliance with the code, at that time we would consider it.
That's what I
yes.
wanted to just know. Thank you.
Councilman Sanchez.
And to go off what Vice Mayor Morera just said, the Grams are developing the new shopping center back here on 60th and Miami Lakes Drive. Obviously, they already have their permits and all that, but their parking is still not set. Would they have to follow this, or are they already
They have already
grandfathered in?
been approved for, their site plan approval is already gone through. They're working on permits.
Okay.
So at this time, we would have to honor their site plan approval as it was.
Yeah,
And again,
I think
realize
that
that
he's
the
talking
threshold-
about the one back here where Anacapri used to be.
Right.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking
By
about.
the police station.
Yeah,
Right.
they're already working on building.
So they wouldn't be
Right.
affected by this at all?
So, and remember that the thresholds that you have in front of you are actually, there's thresholds. So from 0 to, and I forget, but you have it in front of you, but I think they don't meet the lowest threshold for that one anyway.
Okay. Okay. That's it.
And again, this is the part where we were discussing that if you want to make it more additional requirements, then,
Okay. All right. I'm good.
All right. Any other council members wishing to speak on this item?
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you for bringing this up. I know I brought this up a couple months ago to look at this as far as for EV parking. What are your thoughts as far as you said we can go more or less? I mean, the county. What do you feel about the county's what the county has in their ordinance, and what you feel about that compared to if it's too strict, not strict enough? What would you like to see as far as a town when it comes to this ordinance and EV parking?
This is one of those things that is right now emerging. Do we really know how much in the next 5 to 10 years there's going to be adoption of this kind of technology more widely spread? We don't really know. This is one of those things that we can touch up as we see more general adoption of the technology. For now, I would be satisfied that we have a little bit, right? That we're at least providing a little bit. We're not at zero. We do have some charging stations. I would like to see some more rapid charging in the town, but that you can't really require anyway because those are very expensive. So, but for now, it seems to me like this is at least a good beginning. Do we, if we want to have more, because we see large adoption in the town and that these units that we're having are getting, backed up and they're not having accessibility because they're being overused, then definitely we would want to revisit. And obviously we could just do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other members of the council wishing to speak on this item?
Just a point of clarification.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor.
The proposed ordinance under Exhibit A mentions that each parking space shall be a minimum of 8.5 by 18 feet with certain exceptions, but how is that in relation to the county? Is the county the same exact number? Is the county smaller?
It is the same. The only difference between the county and the town, and again, that is not being changed at this point. That is exactly what it is today. The only difference between the county and the town is that we always require double striping on all areas that are for
90?
No, not for just handicap, but for anywhere
90 degree, right?
Yes, at 90 degrees, and we always require double striping, which means that you can sort of narrow into your spot and leave better room for door openings and stuff in all areas that are for customers and or employees. So the only places that we don't require them is in strictly private parking areas. And then you can have, the county allows just single striping in customer areas. And the space size is the exact same thing. It just feels a little different because that double stripe kind of makes you, tighten up a little.
So would the 8.5 feet of width be measured from the inside lines for each stall?
No,
or
from the
midpoint?
center. From the center of the double lines. So
Okay.
the width of the space is identical.
So if we're allowed to be more restrictive, right, than the county, we're allowed to say 9.5 by 18.
We could,
right?
yes. We could.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank
Yes.
you.
Again, remember it's first reading, but Councilman Sanchez?
Just if you know off the top of your mind, and if not, it's okay. The shopping center where Winn-Dixie, Outback, those merchants are, you know where I'm coming. Any idea how wide those
many,
are?
those are many of them very, very small.
Yeah.
I am waiting with bated breath for them to come in for a restriping because that's, yeah.
But any idea
That's-
how wide those are right now?
I haven't measured them, but just seeing, you're just eyeballing how vehicles fit in those spaces.
6 feet.
They're all, and there was times where the 8 feet were allowed, and there was times where 7.5 were allowed for parking spaces. And then we had this whole fashion for a minute of compact spaces, which were then neatly marked. And then all of a sudden all those markings went away, and now they're just very narrow spaces where you get dinged. That's, things that happen through time, right? And we end up with, so yes, I'm waiting for that parking lot to come through.
When you say restriping, when they lay new asphalt or new paint, and then they have to draw the lines again, is that what restriping means?
Yes, and that restriping would have to be done with double stripes and with the 8.5 by 18 or the dimensions
With
shown
the
on
new
your
ones.
drawings, correct.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13A, Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes. Show the
Item
passes.
13A passes ordinance in first reading.
Excellent. Mr. Attorney, please read the next ordinance.
The manager and I were engaging in very important conversation.
Snitches get stitches, remember.
Exactly. Budget amendment. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the adopted budget for fiscal year 2024-25, providing for the recognition and appropriation of grant funds awarded to the town for capital improvement and one-time operating expenditures, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
I move the item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13B. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13B passes.
Excellent. Take up the last ordinance on first reading, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida pertaining to public camping or sleeping in the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 17, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, creating Section 17-4 of Chapter 17, titled Public Camping and Sleeping, providing for inclusion into the code, providing the scope and applicability, providing a definition of public camping or sleeping, providing public camping or sleeping, providing for notices of violations, providing for enforcement and penalties, providing for ordinances and conflicts, severability, codification, and providing for an effective date.
I'll move the item.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
No.
I'll second.
Sorry.
I'll second.
I have a.
I love the efficiency, but
I do have a brief point of.
Okay. With
inquiry.
that, then I will recognize the Vice Mayor for his remarks.
And I just don't know
His
if it's
brief remarks.
proper form. There's no ordinance that goes straight to the attachment. Is that okay?
For first, well, I believe there is.
At least not in my.
Yeah,
my
it's Exhibit A.
Yeah.
But Exhibit A is just already going directly into the proposed language. There's no.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if you continue, I don't know why they paginated it that way, but if you continue on page 372,
Oh, it's just in
begins
reverse
the
order.
ordinance.
Okay, never mind. Thank you. That's why I clarify.
Got it. And again, remember that this is an ordinance in first reading, so it's coming back to us. Are any other comments, or rather any other discussion on this item? Councilman Hertzberg.
I'll just say I'm going to vote yes, but I'll meet with the town attorney and I have a lot of questions about this, but I'll vote yes to move it.
Sounds good. Councilman Sanchez.
How does this differ from what the Fernandez family spoke about earlier, about not arresting them and, and having them go to
Correct.
TGK and all that?
So the way that the Florida statute last year was amended, and it basically said that if a municipality allows for overnight camping, in other words, overnight camping is someone who doesn't have a home and sleeping on town property, we are then being considered a sanctuary or fall into being a sanctuary type city. And that would open us up for a third party to be able to follow suit against us. So it's something we have to be very careful about.
Okay.
And they don't even have to be a third party that's in the town.
Correct.
So, So this is, protecting the town's interest, both in terms of quality of life, but also from, frivolous and needless lawsuits.
And the Major Gonzalez's troops, they already do a lot of the things that she was talking about. They already go above and beyond and try and provide them other services and try and get them help. They do all of that. They've been doing that for a very long time.
Any other discussion on this item? Again, ordinance on first reading. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13C, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 13B, passes.
Excellent. We're now on 14A, modifying land development code to include RM30 district. And with that, this is a quasi-judicial public hearing. Mr. Attorney, you are recognized to go ahead and read into the record your required statement.
Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial nature may be obtained from the clerk. Now, the item is an ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Article 4, creating new Division 6, RM30, Medium Low Density Residential District, renumbering existing Divisions 6 through 26 to Divisions 7 through 27, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for findings, providing for direction to the administrative official, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion of some portions in code, providing for inclusion of some portions from code, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor?
So we're now prepared for staff to present the item.
Yeah, there isn't much of a presentation other, it's just this designation is not being applied to any properties at this time. I want everybody to be clear. All it is incorporating into our code another option, which will be somewhere between RM 23 and RM 36. Limits it to 5 stories and other setback requirements and so forth, but it's to put it in the middle, somewhere in the middle of our designation, so it could be available for any rezonings in the future.
Will you accept that as the staff presentation, or is there more that you want to add?
Beautiful.
Okay,
Couldn't have said it better myself.
With that,
Mayor.
are there any questions of staff on what was proposed?
Mayor,
Okay.
I do want to state for the record
Oh, okay.
that the elected officials have provided me earlier tonight their ex parte communications forms, so just wanted to bring that and state that.
Excellent. So, seeing no questions of staff, I'm opening it up now to the public. Are there any members of the public wishing to provide testimony as to this item? Madam Clerk, is there anyone in remote public comments?
No one, no participant online.
Okay, with that, public comments is now closed.
I move the item.
The item has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
My question is, does this have anything to do with what we spoke last time about that neighborhood that's close to here?
No.
No,
Yeah,
that is
this-
coming up at a future meeting. It is not related to the area behind Lakes Radiology.
Done deal. Thank you.
Okay. Again, as the manager explained, this is simply creating a new district. It is not being applied in any particular area at this time. All right, with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, ordinance in second reading, item 14A, Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 14A, passes.
Excellent. Mr. Attorney, please take up 14B, which is not ad valorem special assessments rates for security guard and lake maintenance special taxing districts. Please read the rest of the ordinance. Your microphone is off, sorry.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving, adopting a non-ad valorem assessment roll for special taxing districts, approving, adopting, and ratifying special assessment district rates for special taxing districts, including but not limited to security guard and multipurpose maintenance, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay, with that, is there a motion on this, just to get us into discussion?
A motion.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Sanchez, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Let's begin with Councilman Sanchez in discussion, and then to the Vice Mayor.
I remember when we brought this up at the last meeting for the guard gate districts that are going to be having increases. Just to clarify, this is approving a increase until a proposal is put out to receive new quotes that could possibly be lower than this renewal. Is that correct?
These are the maximum assessment for the individual districts for next fiscal year. Similar to the exercise you're going to take next month of setting the cap on the millage, this is setting the cap on the assessments for these districts for next fiscal year.
Okay, because one of the comments that I had made at the last meeting is that instead of increasing, we would seek other companies that can provide the same service at the cost of what it currently is.
Yeah, there's going to be when these SFM contracts are getting close to expiration, right, Jeremy? We're going to.
Yes, so the agreement that is currently in place that we just took over now will cease in 2027.
But it's
Well,
a 3
we have
plus
renewals.
2.
We have 2 renewals, yeah.
Right, but the renewals are at a higher cost.
The renewals are at their current rate. They do have within the agreement an option to come back with a CPI max index increase request.
Okay.
So they can request it. In the past, the NSD advisory boards sometimes agreed, sometimes came a little lower than their request, and sometimes denied the request.
Okay, so for those, for example, Royal Oak Section 1, they're having a $97 increase from $756 to $850 per home.
Mhm.
That is part of the CPI?
That is part of the increase because their contract ended and they had to get onto a new contract.
Right, but that's why I had brought up at the last meeting, if we could seek other companies that will come in at the same rate, that way we don't increase the fees on our residents.
We can go out and solicit. There's going to be a gap there.
Right.
And odds are these are also pricings from 2022, which
Right.
should yield a lower price than anything that even if we got pricing at today's date for. But we could look at it. That could be an option to explore
Yeah,
while
but-
we have the operation currently going on with the current contract.
When does the current contract end?
The exact date I don't have on me, but I know it's 2027. It's a 2022 contract, so with its full 5-year lapse of the entire contract term would take us to 27.
Okay, but does it end before the end of this fiscal year?
The contract is 3 years,
Right, but
and
the
then
3-year
we can
portion-
do
Two one-year renewals.
2 1-year renewals. So anywhere in there, we can elect to go back out to bid. So at the end of the 3-year mark, at the end of the 4-year mark, and obviously at the end of the 5-year mark.
Right, but what I want to know is that the 3-year initial term, does it end before the end of the fiscal year?
I'd have to take a look at the actual contract.
I'm 99% sure it is not lined up with the fiscal year. So it'll be mid-year, because I remember the last time that we had it and we had adjustments to make, because the contract came up in the middle of the fiscal year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That was what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Hi, Melissa. Just want to confirm, just based on some whispers that I heard from some residents, the amount for Section 1 and some of these where we went down from level 2 to level 1 security guards, I do see that there's a reduction of $35, give or take. I just want to know, that $35, that's the amount that it reduced from going from level 2 to level 1. Did any amounts go up within the budget?
So none of the budgets went up. I don't recall right off the top of my head right now which ones went down. I want to say it was one of the Royal Oaks ones, but the savings of that, what it was put, it was into contingency. So in first reading, the contingency on some of them may have been 5%, but now all of them are at 10% with the exception of Loch Lomond, because Loch Lomond remained the same and Loch Lomond's was at 8% contingency on first reading. So whatever savings there was after the 10% was met for contingency, then the assessment rate was reduced.
Got it.
So I'm sorry.
So on something like Section, Miami Lake Section 1.
It went down.
The total assessment went down by 35. It could have gone down more, but some was added to the contingency reserve.
So that one was at a 10% contingency on first reading.
On first reading
So
already.
it still remained at 10% on second reading.
Okay.
Whatever the reduction was from going from a level 2 to a level 1, that savings was their assessment rate reduction.
Got it. That's
So-
what I want to know.
And then I believe it was the same for Royal Oaks Section 1. Yeah, it was Royal Oaks Section 1 because then the reduction for Royal Oaks East, I was able to then keep it flat, where before it had an increase as well, I believe.
Okay, and just so that I don't have to parse over this whole thing, no line items other than potentially a contingency reserve line item here and there have gone up?
No other adjustments were made, just the reduction of the assessment rate to those two districts, and then the contingency reserve going to 10 with the exception of Loch Lomond being at 8.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions of staff?
Yes.
Councilman Herzberg, then Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Just so we're clear, we discussed this. Right now, we're just setting the maximum rate. We can come back and adjust the budget because I want to work with that contingency in the future. But right now, it's just the maximum rate, and then we can come and try to save some more money potentially.
So as of now, my understanding is that there is no like minimum for the contingency. It can't exceed 10%, so I keep it at 10 and I don't go below 5.
Okay, but that's something we can change
Yes,
in,
yes, sir.
in next
That's up
month.
to your
then. Okay.
discretion.
Got it. So I'll move this forward.
Yeah,
Thanks.
but that was the Collazo amendment to cap the total amount that could be kept in contingency, just to prevent it from year over year rolling in there. Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a recommendation, the levels of service, we've talked about it before. Let's make sure that we have 2 years to actually go out and shop, that we shop for a new security service, because a little confused there when it comes to this level 1 and level 2. So my recommendation is to let's start shopping for a serious security guard service. Okay.
Thank you. Anything further?
That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else from, any more debate from Councilman Garcia, Councilman Fernandez, or Councilman Sanchez?
No.
Okay, none from up here on the dais. Councilman Garcia, do you have anything?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 14B, ordinance in second reading. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading, item 14B passes.
Excellent. 14C, lobbyist ordinance, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida relating to lobbying activities, providing for registration and disclosure requirements for lobbyists, providing for penalties, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
I'll go ahead and move this for myself. So this was an initiative from at least 2 years back or so. Again, just amending our lobbyist code, you know, to be a bit more flexible on some things, but still maintain the same rigorous ethics standards that we always hold ourselves to. But with that, Mr. Attorney, why don't you give us a quick overview, again, just for the public, of the big points in this ordinance, and then I'll go ahead and make the formal motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lorenzo Cobia, Deputy Town Attorney. Mayor, Council, the item that you have before you is basically it's a brush up on our lobbyist ordinance. Our lobbyist ordinance is dictated in large part by the Miami-Dade County Code of Ethics, of which all municipalities have to abide by. That being said, there are some things that we do have control over. For instance, the fees. Working with the town clerk, we did take a look at the fees and what we are charging right now as far as registration and additional fees for each additional lobbyist, and we cleaned that up a little bit and brought that up to today's standards. And also the other part is with regards to what are the conversations that can be had. So, for instance, if one of you is approached by someone, it's an initial conversation, that is considered just an initial meeting. It's a meet. It's to find out information. Once that person is bringing an item that they want to push forth before this council, or they want to have an item that they want to try to convince some of our staff to be able to purchase or to look into, whether it's a product or a service, then that becomes a lobbyist, and the person needs to register with the clerk. But it gives a little bit more clarity and flexibility both for staff and for the council.
Thank you. With that, I move the item.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any debate? Any debate?
Wait, I have one.
Councilman Sanchez.
Yes. So if a vendor approaches one of us and says, I want to introduce this service to your municipality, to Miami Lakes, that is the initial meeting that they would be allowed to do. But the second that we turn around and say, Mr. Peterman, can we get a meeting on the books, they would have to be registered as a lobbyist?
So that's an excellent question. If someone comes to you and approaches you and says, hey, Councilman Sanchez, I'd like to introduce myself, introduce what I do, we take the meeting, listen to them,
right.
Meet and greet. Now, the person gets on the phone and tells you, hey, Councilman Sanchez, I want to meet to you about a product that I want to present to the town council for its consideration. At that point in time, they're already telling you what they're coming for. They're coming for to lobby you. You need to direct them at that point to see the town clerk and have them register.
Okay.
But if they're coming just to introduce themselves, that's fine. If in that introduction and that conversation comes, hey, by the way, I've got this product I think would be great for the town, that's where you tell them, listen, that's wonderful, and I think that would maybe be of great service.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put you in contact with the town clerk, register first as a lobbyist, and then we continue your conversation.
Okay, good to know.
All right. Any other debate? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 14C. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 14C, passes.
All right, there are no resolutions, so we are now going into new business. 16A, Tree Maintenance Program by Councilman Sanchez. You are recognized to introduce your item.
Thank you very much. So this program, late last year, I was knocking on doors, meeting constituents over several periods. And some of the constituents approached me about trees. And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the requests that we get through the town app are tree related. Some of our trees, they're big, they're beautiful, they create our town environment, but they do have the sometimes endangerment of property to certain residents. So right now the town of Miami Lakes has a black olive tree replacement program where a resident can request to have a black olive tree removed and replaced with an oak tree. That can cost anywhere from $1,200 to $2,100, and it has to be approved by the Parks and Recreation Department. So what I'm recommending is a similar program where a resident would reach out to town and say, I would like for this tree where the branch is over the property line and could possibly be not close to the roof of a house where a trimming would be needed at that time, but it could be hanging over a car where if that branch were to fall, it could damage vehicles, increase insurance rates, and things of that nature. So the way that it's written right now, our residents cannot trim trees in the swale because they belong to the town. This would give a resident an opportunity to invite the town out, say, I am willing to pay to have this removed as long as it's not detrimental to the life of the tree. What do I mean by that? If they take off a branch that is wide enough, heavy enough to unbalance a tree where it can be detrimental and not keep that tree in long-term standing, it wouldn't be done. But if it's not detrimental, then the resident would pay to have that limb cut off. So this would give our residents an opportunity to have their wishes of tree trimming to their liking available. That's it.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, moved and seconded. Mr. Vice Mayor, you are recognized.
So I have one concern and one comment regarding the enforcement of this,
yes.
or the implementation, I think is the better word. As it currently stands, our town has one arborist.
The town currently employs one arbor coordinator, and then we have access to 3 different vendors, all with licensed arborists.
Got it. But again, if we were to dip into those 3 contractors, it would be a higher expenditure for the town, right?
For inspections, there's a standalone inspection fee plus whatever then the trimming fee would be.
That they charge.
Yeah,
So we would have to incorporate that into our fee.
If the tree would require a report and review that it's not going to be detrimental, then yes, it would require both of those.
The reason I bring that up is just my main concern would be, as it stands right now, it takes a while for the arbor coordinator to get out and inspect these things. This would, I feel, potentially overburden the department. Is there any sort of concern on your side on that?
It can add to the inspection list just to confirm validity, make sure that it's something that meets whatever the program requirements can be.
It's just because, I mean, the number of black olive trees being replaced is one thing. The sheer number of tree trimming requests that we get is a huge number in comparison.
Right.
So that is my main concern of this just suddenly. Obviously, it's going to have to come with that fee, so that's going to drive some people, back.
Right.
But that would just be my concern, and I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah.
But I think that the program is a great idea. Let me be very clear about that. I'm just expressing these concerns to air it out and see if we can figure out the best solution. And then the other thing is, in terms of the cutting off of limbs that are a certain size or whatever, I recently learned about a part of our code called hat racking. Had no idea that was a word. Absolutely not. No. But I learned about it through assisting, no. I learned about it through actually engaging in constituent services and helping out a resident. But essentially, it is defined as automatically cutting any limb of 3 inches or larger.
Yeah,
right?
so it can be by limb size, it can be by canopy, the total canopy percentage that's removed, and also there are aesthetic ways that people prune that are also not follow suit with best management practices. So lion tailing is one, where you kind of thin it out until just one little peak up top. And then some of the other stuff is hat racking, where you're just cutting the main leaders in half at non-internodal
Is this
connections.
something that could potentially be a fully online application? That they don't even have to come in? That they could submit a picture of their tree, here's, how far over, because again, I'm trying to make this as efficient as possible, and I know Director Angel has done a phenomenal job of modernizing our department. This is not really, I think, within his department, but I feel like some of the knowledge that we've gained from what he's done over there can be applied over here to make it as efficient and smooth of a process as possible and user-friendly to our residents. Other than that, I think it's a great item.
Any further debate? Councilman Fernandez.
Just my only concern is that, of course, anything that is done, it has the permission and the oversight of the town. Yeah. So that's it. As long as we adhere to that. I'm fine.
Yeah, I believe Councilmember Sanchez's item is for our guys to do the inspection and the assessment of the tree, and it would also be under, our tree trimmers would actually do the work.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be just go ahead and do the work. It's not a green light. It's ours to do their trimming.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
The only town staff would say yes, it's viable, and they would go out and do the work.
Through the chair.
Before we go to you, Councilman Garcia, Councilman Cuadra Garcia did tell me earlier that he wanted to
Sure.
speak, so just to keep it in order. But as soon as he finishes, we'll go to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Mr. Manager, you answered my question, so it was digested and answered. So basically, that's a good one, that our staff make sure that they check it, and I like the item. Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, just a quick question to Councilman Sanchez. Is this just for the Black Olives or for all town?
No, the
all
only
town?
reference to the Black Olive is I'm using it as a reference for the program that we currently have where residents can pay to have a Black Olive tree removed and replaced with an oak tree or any other type of tree that we plant around town. But it's just as a point of reference. Doesn't matter if it's a Black Olive or an oak or any type of other tree that we have in Miami Lakes.
That's great. I like the program. I like your idea. The only concern that I have would be, and I guess since we have our arborists making sure the balance of the tree. A lot of residents have complained to me if even one branch is past the sidewalk, and trees need to be balanced.
Yeah.
So as long as our staff is making sure that the tree is balanced, the canopy is balanced, I will support the item.
Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly why I listed that on there. Just that annotation that it cannot be detrimental to the life of the tree. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mayor?
All right, so, well, I'll just close with I agree with the Vice Mayor. I think this is a good, not a bad idea, but I agree with the Vice Mayor that, we don't want to overwhelm not just the arborists, but also kind of like what happened on Queen Palm Terrace, where too many trees got removed at the same time. Maybe we should include, when this comes back to us, some kind of cap on how many applications can be received in a given year. Just again, so that we don't, completely get rid of the or like cause damage to the canopy, and then it takes years before it comes back in, even though it's a replacement, But with that, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I think that did be valuable for Jeremy to kind of walk us, Reader's Digest version of exactly what we do today, because we already kind of do some semblance of this when we get requests in. So it'd be interesting for him to, so everybody.
Very Reader's Digest. Okay.
So the town has the cycle trimming that is pre-planned and gone for. Now, as we get constituent requests, as we get resident concerns, we go ahead and inspect. We then create, these inspections are done, if there is validity, if there is a need in which we have parameters, the tree is growing too much within the private property or affecting any private structure, we will go then and issue a out-of-cycle trimming. So if there's a resident that has a concern, the branch can be low and being hitting the vehicle. That area got done 2 years ago. It's not due for another year, but it meets the requirements. It will get added that same fiscal year for an out-of-cycle work order. I believe this program aims to allow the resident to be able to do that no matter year 1, year 2, year 3, request that trimming, and if it is not just for the requirements of 10 feet off a roof or 5 feet off of the roof of a vehicle, the tree can be considered for an out-of-cycle trim. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, before I call the vote, just, I would also suggest, or, for purposes of the budget, and I've already mentioned this to the manager before, that we try either in this budget cycle or the next one to try to move to a 2-year cycle instead of the current 3, just more frequent trimming, which might actually take care of a lot of these requests. I know it's a money issue, but I think if we're seeing anything in the budget amendments these days, it's that, there is some money for that. Okay, with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. And with that, we move on to 16B, Future Stormwater Projects by Councilman Fernandez. You're recognized to introduce your item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief.
Do or do not, there is no try.
I will be brief. Last stormwater study we had was in 2019. It was identified that $38 million worth of projects, drainage projects, was needed. That said, we have actually already earmarked all that money, and we have $16 million unfunded. And please, manager, I'll ask if I say something that's not correct, please interrupt me and jump in. So ARPA money has been exhausted. We are $16 million short for the projects that are identified, that have been identified. $16 million is actually of 2021 money. So before pre-COVID, which we all know $16 million what we could have bought worth of projects then is not what we could buy now. And there is certainly maybe a need for more projects in the future. My request is that we direct staff to come up with a few different ideas, a few different methods that we can raise funds, because we are going to be short, and the residents are absolutely, they expect us to fund these drainage projects. That's, in a nutshell, what I'm asking.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We're now on 16D. 16D by Vice Mayor Morera, large bingo flashboard for senior bingo luncheons.
Yeah, so this item is very simple. Our seniors have a monthly bingo luncheon. This is a great time to bring this item up because they're currently on a little bit of a summer hiatus for a couple of months. I think they come back August. One of the biggest complaints that I hear, and I go every month, I'm not gonna lie, it is my favorite event of the month as an elected official, way better than these council meetings. It is by far my favorite event. The biggest complaint I hear while I'm there is we have no idea what number just got called, or I missed a couple of calls, and they have no way of verifying their numbers. I want to get a large bingo flashboard for them. Look, we promised them a senior center. We haven't gotten them a senior center. We'll figure out the way of funding, but for now, my motion is simple. I'd like to ask our staff to come back to us with several options. A Honda plan, a Lexus plan, and a Ferrari plan. That is basically just a simple TV with maybe like a software, maybe something a little bit bigger like a screen and a projector, or the actual flashboard, which is the connected device where when they put the bingo number onto the board in front of them, it lights up a large board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Oh boy.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's look into getting a sponsor. Let's look into getting
Accepted.
it. I'm very serious.
Okay.
The Bible says what? Ask and you shall receive. Thank you.
I think never mind. Hey, Councilman Garcia, I think I saw you also about to speak. Okay.
No, I'm good.
Got it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and we are on 16E, fence setback for homes on corner lots by Councilman Sanchez.
Yes, so in my neighborhood at least, and in other parts of Miami Lakes, we have a setback right now for for fences on corner homes of 15 feet, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Susana? It's 15 feet. So that prevents homes on corner lots where the windows are facing out to the street to have privacy. So I would like to work with town staff in order to amend that, in order to allow them to have at least 5 feet of fence between their home and 5 feet away to induce more privacy, as someone is walking by on the sidewalk won't have the opportunity to look into a home. That's it.
I'll second it, just for
It's been
discussion.
moved and seconded. Councilman Fernandez for discussion.
My only concern, and I'm gonna vote yes, but I just want to have a caveat because I'm a little bit, being on that planning and zoning board, every time, whatever the ordinance is, whatever the rule is, we always seem to have folks that will come up and push the limit. So we're gonna go shorter, and we can expect them to come up and ask and request and apply for even less feet. So just, we have to be mindful of that. I'm okay with starting the motion and having staff look.
Yeah, this would be an ordinance, so we'll have to bring it back, and you'll have
Right,
another bite
we'll
at the
have
apple
time.
when we bring it back.
That's it. Excuse me. Yeah.
It's just
So,
to allow a space of 5 feet from their home to the fence line.
I get it.
In order to have some privacy for them.
I understand.
Nothing beyond that. And if they want beyond that, then a zoning.
So I kind of share the Councilman Fernandez's concerns, but I also agree that because it's going to get heard twice and we're going to get a chance to opine more, I'm fine with clearing it and pushing it forward tonight. Any other discussion?
Just to briefly let Councilmember Sanchez know, obviously I wasn't able to tell him due to sunshine. I've already actually had this discussion with both Susanna and Danny Angel.
Oh.
They're already working on something along these lines. So feel free to talk to them outside of the council meeting because they're already working on it.
My question as to what you want to do now, because I may have misunderstood. Do you want to, so right now the requirement is 15 feet, which is the same setback as the home. Are you asking for a 10-foot setback, so 5 feet from the home, 10 feet to the sideline, or 10 feet from the home, 5 foot to the sidewalks?
I just want a gap between the home and the fence of 5 feet. Right.
So 5 feet so
To the
10
fence.
feet, 10 feet from the sidewalk to the fence. Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And we are on 16F. Authorization to add or update security cameras at special taxing district guardhouses by Councilman Steve Herzberg.
Thank you. So my motion is item. It's simple. SFN supposedly has offered to update the cameras, give us cameras that actually record footage on the outside, so at no cost. So let's go ahead and move forward at no cost. That's my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. However, I did have a question to the vice mayor, actually, though, because yes, SFM did indicate that they could install cameras outside at no additional cost to grab all the license plates, but wasn't this something that we shot down last time because we wanted to keep it about what the original ordinance was talking about?
No, I believe at that time there were two separate concerns. One, I remember there being a concern about there not being recording on the LPRs, because remember at that time,
Yes, that's
the
right.
former council was causing a lot of confusion about the LPRs being owned by the town versus being owned by the special taxing districts. And then separately, I think that at that time, one of the objections was without foundation, because it's addressed here, was cost. I think cost is a major consideration here, given that it's at no cost. That's why it has my support.
That's why.
But there's
that's right,
nothing
yes.
that prevents us in the current iteration of the ordinance from implementing this.
Yeah, that's right. Now it's coming back to me. Yeah, the issue was that they were trying to confuse the fact
Yes.
that it was something provided by the vendor versus the STD paying for it. So, okay. With that, all those, Councilman Sanchez?
With regards to a public records request, if someone requests to see a certain portion of a video, how would that process go, considering that SFM
The
would
license
order.
plates are already public record anyway. if
Not
somebody
the
wants to
license
look them
plates,
up.
the video cameras from SFM.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is that those, like, the only thing that they're recording is the license plate. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there's certain things that are exempt from Chapter 119 as public record. Many times, with regards to LPRs, definitely, because that's part of the town's infrastructure, security infrastructure. So the placement of those cameras are definitely exempt. With regards to cameras are also placed that are part of our SD would probably also fall within the same scope because they are part of the security infrastructure of the town.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. We're on now 16G, relocation of improvement of some sandbag storage location by the Vice Mayor, which requires a waiver.
I move to waive section 6.10 of the special rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on the waiver. Any discussion as to removing the waiver? Seeing none, all those in favor of the waiver say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The rule is waived, and you are recognized to present your item.
Thank you. Yeah, so I pretty much spelled it out in the NBI's memo. During a recent visit to Royal Oaks Park for the Miami Lakes United closing ceremonies, I noticed that at least 3, possibly more, of entire pallets of pre-filled sandbags had been totally destroyed by prolonged sun exposure. The sandbags are a vital part of our pre-storm services that we make available to our residents prior to a major storm. I'd like to have a discussion with you guys about relocating the sandbag storage to an alternate covered location, or alternatively building some sort of cover at the location, or just otherwise getting proposals from our staff for what the best option is to prevent this from happening, because there's no point in wasting money on sandbags only to have, for pre-filled sandbags, only to then have to fill sandbags again.
Not to mention the volunteer hours lost.
The volunteer hours
I
lost.
would be supportive of a canopy. My colleagues, anybody just jump in, as to what your
Yeah,
thoughts
I
are.
like the canopy idea.
I would have to be supportive, but of a more permanent structure.
What do you mean by permanent structure?
Something that is made out of stone, something that, because or cinder
Steel.
block.
Well, I think what you're talking about is building an actual structure, but I think I think we, at least for now, in the short term, I think a canopy would be sufficient, like some kind of, similar to what we do with the playgrounds, just to protect it from the elements, and until we can maybe convert that into an actual structure. But I think it would be more costly to move everything from where it's at now.
I agree. I just wanted to present it as an option.
No, absolutely.
But, I did have a discussion with, I think it was Jeremy. You also want to consider the aesthetics of a park like Royal Oaks Park. There's a walkway that goes in between 2 soccer fields where there's like some bleachers and seating, and there's like an actual covering there, so that the people aren't in the sun. He did mention that you could try to develop something that looks sort of like that. That way it matches the overall aesthetic, and then that one has a canvas covering.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like that idea. Any of my other colleagues have
just to be clear, then my motion is let's have the staff come back to us with some numbers on stuff like that. Give us option A, B, C, cheap, medium.
Is there a
too
second?
expensive.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And we are on 16H, permanent no left turn on southbound Northwest 79th Avenue by Councilman Sanchez. You are recognized, good sir.
So in the April meeting, I brought up the idea of doing a no left turn into Bob Graham when you're going south on 79th Avenue. We implemented a trial basis with cones and an officer there in order to assist with the flow of traffic and see what the ripple effect would be on Miami Lakes Drive and the surrounding areas. From what I've been informed, it's been a very successful endeavor. Leaving out of Royal Oaks now on 79th Avenue is much easier, and Miami Lakes Drive, the traffic has not increased an iota. With images from cameras on Miami Lakes Drive and 79th and 82nd, you can see the success that the project has been. So I move to implement that no left turn into Bob Graham Educational Center as a permanent structure.
Second.
Excellent. Yeah, I've gotten great feedback on it as well from several clients. There was only one resident that reached out to me that she found it annoying because she lives in there. But ultimately, in terms of the flow of traffic, it's been, on balance, a positive thing. I see the major approaching the well here. I don't know if there's something he wants to add on this item.
Yes, the recommendation is to put an actual no left turn sign.
Yeah.
I would just make one recommendation for consideration.
Yeah.
Just specify some certain school hours.
Right.
On the sign. That way, if like a resident from needs to go visit the school and off, you know, they can still make a left as a convenience for the Royal Oaks residents.
You want to adopt that into your motion?
Absolutely. I'll amend it to include on the signage to follow the hours of the school zone.
Yes.
Second.
Perfect.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, you know, to include the hours of operation, if you will. With that
zone
said, any
hours.
discussion? The school, that's right, school hours.
Mayor, if I may briefly.
Councilman Herzberg, and then
Thank you.
I see Councilman Cuadra Garcia as well with his hand up.
The item was great. It definitely works. My concern is adding a sign, I think requires county approval maybe. I also wanted to see and bring and have staff come up with options of, and a sign sometimes is useless. Like I see the sign on 82nd Ave by the Gate Garden Royal Oaks. Unless there's a cop there, no one listens to it. I would prefer to see if we can have something like some removable poles that you can just put in and out. The officer comes, put the poles up, school zone's over, put the poles out. Something that really prevents people instead of having, because that sign is great, and I like the idea, but unless we have an officer there, everyone's going to ignore it anyway.
Well, we have at that school. We've downscaled, right, ever since we started with the new program and the educational part was over. We always have 2 officers at that school. However, because we have the 3 points, which is the north loop, the south loop, and now we man the entrance to the north loop for the no left turn, the school board has come on board and teamed up with us, and now they're using their school board officer to man the south gate, which relieves our officer to move up to the north gate to now, instead of adding another officer, he's augmenting us, where now that officer could prevent the left turn.
Yeah.
And again, we're still going to plan on having the 2 officers. We're just making some movements of the chess pieces. And with the help of the school board officer, it frees up our officers to now be there yeah, you need an officer there if you don't have an officer there. But it works with the manpower we're going to have now. And then that's going to relieve the officers that are in the Royal Oaks area, that we're kicking out the cars, so we won't have that issue.
But the idea, I don't know if it's possible, I don't know if it's legal, just something to think about when you come back with options is if we can put something that the officer can just put the cones in, no one's going to go over the cones, hopefully.
Yeah, we're doing that now.
Well, not just cones, but something a little bit more permanent.
Like the delineator sticks, like they have on 995, the real thick ones. They're on the palmetto.
But those would be a more permanent solution.
Right.
But temporarily permanent. In other words, I think I understand where
I assume, I'm making assumptions, that there is delineators that you can have an officer have them in their car, you put them in, you have little things on the ground, and the school take them out.
A temporary
I want the no turn
barrier
that
we can put in right before dismissal or right before the gates open, and then we can remove it. And then during and we may not have to go to the county or get a sign or anything, because if there's a physical barrier, then that helps it. It alleviates an officer having to be there. So we'll explore that, and then we'll come back with some ideas.
We're putting cones down now.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't work out, we still have the cones as a barrier.
Right.
When the officer deploys the cones and retracts them after they're done.
I mean, making it permanent 100%. I think we're clear that we want to make it permanent. And putting a sign up is fine. Just how long is it going to take for the county to tell us we can put a sign up? That's my only concern.
I just have a question. Does that mean that you're putting forward an amendment to the sign?
I mean, I'm fine with having a sign. I guess I can put an amendment saying for the town staff to come back to us with other solutions other than just a sign and other than just a police officer sitting there as well. I guess that would be a friendly amendment.
Because I do believe that the sign would be informative, even when there isn't school, to let individuals know, hey, when you're driving by here from this time to this time, don't count on making
No, the sign. I think a sign's a good idea. Let's move forward with the sign.
Right.
But in addition to the sign, to try to not have a police officer have to stand there and enforce the sign, if we can, if there's something else that we can put in and out, that makes sense. That's all.
Okay.
So was it an amendment? I'm sorry.
Adding a permanent structure.
I mean, I think it's just staff instruction, just so we can have some other ideas.
Okay. So any further discussion, Councilman Cuadra?
When it comes to delineators, there's numerous types of delineators. I will bring one and bring it to the office of the mayor, of the manager, sometime this week. I'll bring him several types of them. There's one that you could remove with an Allen wrench. There's ones that you could epoxy in. There's some that you can screw. I'll bring him different items and different choices. I'll bring him vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, and he can look at all of them. and we'll decide which would be the best.
Yep.
Okay?
All right. Okay.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, you had some commentary?
I did, but it was already answered in discussion.
Excellent. Okay, so with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, and we are now on enforcement of town ordinances by Councilman Sanchez.
Second.
I know it seems like a lot.
He has to
Five
present the
NBIs.
motion. He has to present the motion at least first.
I know it's. I know it's.
But we're so close.
Okay.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Plain
We're
and
so
simple.
close.
Right now, the only ordinances.
And it's hot in here, so we gotta get this AC checked out.
The only ordinances that we really can enforce are the building ordinances. Oh, the only ordinances that we can really enforce are the building ordinances. This is just directing our town attorney to work with the clerk of courts and the sheriff's office so that our officers can enforce the other ordinances that are not enforced by the building department.
I second, third, and fourth this, and I do have a slight little amendment for you.
Go ahead.
I'd like to actually nominate you as a point person to deal with the county on this, together with our staff.
Again, I just want to stay for everybody, just to remind everybody that intergovernmental relations runs through the mayor's office. So unless they delegate it, doesn't matter whether the council votes on it. That's just impermissible by the charter.
Sure, but I'm not.
With
I'm
that
not
said,
having them.
I will go ahead and I will, discuss with him through a sunshine meeting what to do. But I just wanted to make that very clear, so that nobody gets, in trouble later.
Of course, but and I understand that, but I'm not trying to have him deal with intergovernmental relations. I'm having him collect information and come back to us. The same way we did it in the past with blasting. It's no different.
No, what happened there was I delegated to him the ability to represent the town.
Yes, it was done that way. You are right.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, the same thing is what I'd like to see done here.
Okay. Well, I will have a discussion with him about that. Through with an appropriate sunshine meeting, and we will work on that. But again, just want to make sure
Other than that, it's a great item.
we're all on the same page here about what the charter says. So with that said, all those in favor of the item, say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item passes. And on Mr. Councilman Sanchez's final item, the 4th of July, you are recognized to present it.
So final item, 4th of July celebration, big celebration, just to extend an invitation to the tax collector, the Department of Elections, the Miami-Dade Republican Party, and I'd like to amend it to also include the clerk of courts and the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office to come participate in our 4th of July event.
Second for discussion.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I just don't agree with involving political parties.
So do you have an amendment or?
I am. We can invite whoever wants to be invited. Just the same motion, striking the political parties.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment?
Just that complete agreement with the vice mayor. I don't think we've ever done that. And town event, we keep party politics out of it.
Okay. Although I guess just to, because there may be some opposition, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment. Oh, pardon me. Before you do that, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, you're recognized for debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it ain't broken, let's not fix it.
So with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, on the amendment from Council Vice Mayor Morera, which was seconded by Councilmember Hertzberg. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
Okay, we're back on the main motion as amended, which all it did was simply to strike out the political parties reference, but everybody else is still in there. With that, any further discussion on the item as amended? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item passes.
Mayor, as a point of clarification, just how will the invitation be extended?
I can extend it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, I'll allow it. With that said, Mayor and Councilmember reports, I just want to make it, even though it's not on here, I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege just to state what you may have already seen on my Instagram account. The town is in line to receive approximately $1.6 million from the state of Florida for 2 different projects. Of course, it is pending the governor's approval. By not vetoing it, he has about 2 weeks to go ahead and act on it. You know, the fiscal year for the state begins July 1st. But we are cautiously optimistic that it will pass, and that, of course, would be great money. I also want to inform you that the Congressman Diaz-Balart's office has informed us that we also were awarded $900,000 toward the Big Cypress Drainage Improvement Project as well, through their community funding project program. Of course, being that there's duplicate money there, if for whatever reason the Big Cypress project is vetoed, we will go ahead and obviously proceed with the $900,000 that we got from Congressman Diaz-Balart's efforts. If if it does go through at the full $1 million from the state, then we will work with Congressman Diaz-Balart's office to try to swap out that funding for a different project. It may be too late, but just wanted to make you aware of that. So we're doing pretty good, and just fingers crossed, say your prayers, that we'll go ahead and get the 1.6. That will go a long way, of course, toward helping out our town, especially on the issue of drainage, as Councilmember Fernandez was mentioning. But with that, there being no further, the Vice Mayor wants to make an announcement about the hockey game.
Absolutely, I do. I want to say that for those who are not watching, the score is 3-0 in favor of our Panthers. Go Panthers! And should they win, and I'm going to say if, just because I don't want to jinx them, I am going to request that the mayor's office send a formal invitation to the Florida Panthers to bring Lord Stanley to the town hall in exchange for a proclamation. I have no shame.
I will go ahead and accept that. With that, the meeting is now adjourned at 10:19 p.m.